quorum?
You're good.
Okay,
We
great.
have quorum.
Awesome. Okay, thank you,
We
Lisa.
are now live.
Great. Welcome to the Economic Matters Alcohol Day. For the record, Delegate Balderrama chairing the subcommittee, the hearing today. We will start off with local bills, and we have a big agenda today, ladies and gentlemen. It's my understanding that total witnesses is somewhere in the range of 150, 60. Bob, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So in the interest of
170.
170, I underestimated. My apologies. So with that said, we will start with local bills, and what we will be doing, it looks like there is a representative for each delegation that will be representing all the bills. So we will hear all the testimony at once, and we'll take questions at the end. I would ask members to please, unless you really have an inquiry, please keep it short. And those who are testifying, you will be timed. I believe it's 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Mhm.
2 minutes.
Yes.
And please stay within the 2 minutes, or if you just want to do 30 seconds, that's awesome. With that said, also the chat is just for the members and the staff. So for those of you who are testifying and participants, the chat is not for you. It is just for the members. With that said, let's get started. We will start with the Baltimore City delegation. I believe Chairman Luke Klibinger will be presenting the bills.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Luke Klibinger, and in this capacity, I'm the chair of the Alcoholic Beverages Subcommittee for the Baltimore City delegation. I'm going to roll through 4 bills relatively quickly that have to do with relatively mundane license changes. There's a 5th bill that I'll do at the end. That bill is 372. I believe there are people in the waiting room to do each of them. So I'm going to start right now with House Bill 464 and then do 464, 1115, 1210, and 1221 in that order. So for House Bill 464, this is coming from the 41st Legislative District. It creates a marketplace license at Cross Keys in North Baltimore in the 41st District. It would allow them to have a license to allow people to be able to purchase alcohol from one place and walk around a common courtyard area at that development in Cross Keys. There is an existing liquor license at the hotel there. However, this will not impact that license at all. I believe Arsh Murmuran is here from Caves Valley if anyone has any specific questions regarding that project. Madam Chair, do you want me to stop for questions after each one, or just do all of them and then do questions?
We will proceed with every bill and then take.
Okay, that's fine. So Mr. Murmuran is here to talk about that. We'll go to 1115. This is the annual 46th District Alcoholic Beverages Bill. It does several things, and I will note for council and for the committee, there is an amendment. So I'll go through each of them quickly. It extends the hours that Cross Street Market is allowed to sell alcohol, extending it to 11 o'clock at night from Sunday to Thursday, and to 12 o'clock at night on Friday and Saturday. It lowers the fee for the market license from $7,500 to $6,000 at Cross Street Market. It extends the license that was, when we created the market license at Cross Street Market, there was an existing license there, and part of the agreement was that person would be able to keep their license for a little while longer, and then they would be able to transfer it to someone else. They need more time, so it extends that by 2 years. Beyond Cross Street Market, it allows for the shift of a liquor license from one part of Gough Street, just down Gough Street in Highlandtown, from the old Di Pasquale's to a new potential Ovenbird Bakery. I think Justin Williams is here to speak about that shift. The only reason that it's coming before the committee is because it puts it near a school. The Highlandtown Community Association has signed off on that. And so that is also part of the bill. The amendment that will be before you about 1115 has to do with a bar on at 1115 to 1117 West Hamburg Street in Pigtown. Citizens for Pigtown have signed off on allowing that location to keep their BD7. The BD7 was extinguished somewhat inadvertently during the pandemic. There was renovations going on at the bar. They were not able to open and time to get it renewed during the period after the state of emergency ended, when they could get a hardship exemption. So we're resuscitating that BT 7 with that amendment. House Bill 1210 allows for Eddie's, a supermarket that used to be in one part of Mount Vernon, to literally cross Charles Street and go to the Belvedere Hotel. There is an amendment for House Bill 1210. It is when they move to the old Belvedere Hotel, it puts them within 300 feet of a church. Thus, there was a requirement for an amendment to allow that to happen. That bill is coming from the 40th District delegation, and it is just about as straightforward as that. I will say it's not quite as that straightforward, actually, now that I think about it. It's moving it from the 40th District into the 45th District. To add for a little more excitement, under the current redistricting bill, it would actually end up in the 46th District. In any case, at the moment, the issue here is that it's being moved from the 40th to the 45th District, and it has the support of the neighborhood associations. That's House Bill 1210. House Bill 1221, again from the 40th District, does several things. It creates a market license for the new Lexington market that is under construction. It increases the capacity for a market license to 1,000 people. It creates 2 new BD7 licenses, one at Culinary Arch in Pigtown in the 700 block of Washington Boulevard, and another at Stem and Vine in the 300 block of North Charles Street. It also, I will bring some attention to the committee to this, it lifts a 10 p.m. closure that the General Assembly, including this committee, set in place for liquor stores and other liquor establishments between 1300 and 3200 West North Avenue in the 40th Legislative District. They had had problems with violence in those areas. Those licenses were forced to close at 10 p.m. under that previous legislation. This legislation, because it appears that issues related to those establishments have abated, lifts the restriction that they had to close at 10 p.m. So that is House Bill 1221. The final bill is House Bill 372. And I know that this committee has seen quite a bit related to this legislation, as it has to do with what's commonly called the block in part of downtown Baltimore. This legislation arose from discussions with the Baltimore Police Department regarding increased calls for service on that block. The bill, as drafted, closes establishments in that area at 10 p.m. Again, the area commonly known as the block. There are 2 people here today who will testify from the Baltimore Police Department regarding the challenges that they've had in that area. It's the Deputy Commissioner for the Baltimore Police Department, Cherie Briscoe, and the Government Affairs Director, Michelle Wurzberger. I believe Ms. Wurzberger would like to speak first. The Senate President has had discussions regarding this legislation and has proposed an amendment that is not yet drafted. However, the amendment in substantive part would hire additional security in late evenings from Thursday to Sunday, as I understand it. The costs for that additional security would be borne by the owners of those clubs based on their square footage. There would be cameras required outside, which is, from my understanding, consistent with current practices at those establishments. And it would allow the liquor board to confer with the Baltimore Police Department at the time of renewal to ensure that security plans were being abided by. Again, the Senate President says he's still in communication, and I would ask the committee to watch for an amendment in the days to come. With that, that is the sum and substance of the 5 bills. Again, there are people here to testify on, I believe, each of those bills, Madam Chair. And so with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger. So with that said, we will go in this order. If you guys don't mind, there's a certain order we're going by here in the committee, just so everyone doesn't lose their sanity. With that said, we're going to start off with House Bill 372 as far as witnesses are concerned. And I believe Chairman Clippinger said that Ms. Wurzberger was first. let me just say that the witnesses in this order will be Ms. Wurzberger, Ms. Briscoe, and Ramey Eck, which is for the variable.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Madam Chair, I just want to say I'm Frank Boston. Myself and co-counsel Brad Schaefer are also signed up. You should be.
You are, but not in favor.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Right.
Okay, I guess
We're
I'm
starting.
to start. Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Valderrama and Vice Chair Walker. Thank you for having us here today to speak in favor of this bill. For the record, my name is Michelle Wurzberger. I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Baltimore Police Department. I just wanted to point out that you should have our written testimony in support of the bill. But given you have so many witnesses, I will stop talking and just introduce our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Deputy Commissioner Cherie Briscoe, who will talk with you about the reasons, the operational reasons that we are in support of this bill. Deputy?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, the entire body that is present here, Chairwoman, Vice Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present. We are in favor of the bill. At the end of the day, it is about the resources for the Baltimore Police Department. This particular portion of our city, commonly referred to as the block, is a huge resource pool for us. We have to outfit this particular 2 blocks and its substreets to the tune of which in staffing that is really causing us to pull from other parts of our communities and other parts of the city to help stabilize it. So the ask is in favor of this bill to be able to allow us to police and respond equitably to all of our community, because what we're doing in one part, we want to be able to do in another part of our city. So again, our ask and our focus is strictly surrounding our ability to provide resources in an equitable fashion to all of our city. And these particular 2 blocks really do pull at our resources in a measured way that is not helpful for the rest of our city, and especially the Central District. And I'll pause there in the interest of time. Thank you so much for your attention and time.
Ramey Eck. Is Ramey Eck here?
Yes, hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ramey Eck, and I am the co-chair of the Maryland Public Health Association's Advocacy Committee. I had thought I'd only signed up for written testimony only, so I'd like to just refer people to our written testimony. And I do want to point out that we do follow Senator Cory McCrae's act on this about 2 years ago in 2020, where they reduced hours of sales and they saw a drastic reduction in violent crime. So we just wanted to be here in support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eck. For the members, I had put a message in the chat that after all witnesses testify is when we will be taking questions. And with that said, my predecessor and dear friend, Delegate Branch.
Thank you. This is for the young lady that just spoke for the department. I'm glad to hear that the president is considering having the owners to do cameras. But what about current cameras, the current camera situation? Are there cameras currently monitoring that block that you can look at now?
Delegate Branch, was that for me, Deputy Commissioner?
Yes, that's for you.
Thank you so much. We do have that particular part of our community supported by CCTV, but I want to acknowledge that though we look at items in real time, we also use them for investigative look backs. But to answer your question in short, there are cameras on the thoroughfares that are exterior cameras.
I mean, if it's a problem area, wouldn't you want to have, you have cameras all over. I know when my grandson died and he was shot, the camera system was horrible. They couldn't even make out who was doing what or who was in the block. So I'm just trying to wonder if you're going to monitor that area, which we definitely need to clean it up. But are those cameras, the ones that you have, able to do just that, where you can monitor, or do you need new ones there? I mean, and in addition to what the bar owners are going to do.
So again, to answer your question, Delegate Branch, and my condolences and loss for your grandson. I do remember that incident. We do have CCTV footage, CCTV cameras through our City Watch program. So yes, we do. And as technology changes, we work to enhance and to upgrade our technologies. So we do have a robust camera footprint in that part of downtown. To answer your question, we do, and we do monitor it. And it does assist us in seeing what's happening in real time. And it does assist us, as I stated, in our investigative look back at incidents.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, welcome. Are there any other questions for these panelists? And I can't get to every page, so someone say something, because I can't catch all the hands all the time. Seeing none, hearing none. I just want to repeat that group chat is for the members only, but I did see a legitimate question for those who would like the order of the bills again. We are on 372. Next will be 464, 1115, 1210, and 1221. With that, we will go to the unfavorable panelists for 372. We will start with Rajani Goodlavaletti in this order, Frank Boston, Brad Schaefer. So Rajani. Is Rajani here? Going once, twice. Okay, Mr. Frank Boston.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston III. I am here today on behalf of AMW Investments, which is one of the largest property owners on the block, specifically trading as the Hustler Club. And we oppose the bill as drafted. I do echo the comments made by Chairman Clippinger, that I have been privy, and I don't speak for everyone on the block. Let's make that clear in light of all of the news. I have been privy to conversations around amendments to resolve and mutually agree on a fix for the issues or the perceived issues involved. And to that point, we're hopeful that we will get to a good place. In fact, I feel like we just need to see the actual amendments. But what the amendments do, they codify the existing practices regarding outdoor cameras, Delegate Branch. Right now, the current outdoor cameras cover every inch of the block. Some of those cameras are even shared with, they even participate in City Watch, which is the police, which allows police to just see it in real time. It involves security personnel, making sure that they're qualified, metal detectors and wands. We already do this on the block, just codifies that existing practice. The issue of contention is the outdoor police presence. And my client, we agree, although it is off-duty police, we're going to be paying it based off of your property tax pro rata bill, but it will be a great deterrent of crime and perception of crime. And hopefully more patrons will come because it'll be a safer place. I will note that my client will be paying the large portion of this tax because of our large footprint. And I see I ran out of time, but I think we are close to an agreement in concept and in practice, but we will be looking to share the agreement with other members of the block, and I think that is the wish of the Chairman Clippinger and Senate President Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Boston. Brad Schaefer.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I think Frank said everything I was going to say, so I'll just defer. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just one more time, is Rajani here? Okay, with that said, are there questions for these panelists? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 372. We will now move on to House Bill 464. And we will start with, is Delegate Attar here?
Madam Chair,
You just presented for her.
I just presented for
Okay.
her and then presented also for Delegate Ampry, just so that,
Okay,
so that they wouldn't have to.
no problem. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. So there are only two panelists here, Arsh Mirmarin and Hal Hathaway.
Good afternoon. If anybody has any questions for me regarding this bill, I'd be happy to answer them. I think Delegate Clippinger covered everything pretty thoroughly. Essentially, we are redeveloping the village of Cross Keys in North Baltimore and are looking to add a marketplace liquor license to facilitate getting new restaurants into Cross Keys. Happy to answer any questions. We have the full support of the Cross Keys Maintenance Corp, which is made up of all of the member HOAs within Cross Keys, and Mr. Hathaway is the president of the Cross Keys Maintenance Corp, if there are any questions for him as well.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, Mr. Mirren, you're also representing Mr. Hathaway, or is Mr. Hathaway here?
No, he's I don't know.
I'm here.
Oh, he's here. Okay. So yeah, so I'm here on behalf of the developer. We would be handling the license and working with various restaurants and a wine shop to use that through liquor board approval. Mr. Hathaway is the president of the Umbrella Neighborhood Association.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Hathaway, will you be speaking?
Certainly, we fully support the efforts of Caves Valley in this request. We represent Cross Keys Maintenance Corp. Represents the 688 homeowners within Cross Keys, in addition to the hotel, which is part of our association. And we fully support this effort and hope that you all act favorably.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. Delegate Branch. Or was that a question?
I'm
from-
sorry, I don't have my hand up.
Oh, it's up, but I think that was from the last.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me lower it. I'm sorry.
Are there any questions for Mr. Mirmarin or Hathaway? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 464. We will now move on to House Bill 1115, which Delegate Clippinger presented. There is just one witness, and there is one witness with information in your package. Well, the only oral is Delegate Clippinger. Would you like to speak on that once again?
It's a great bill. You should pass it. Thanks.
With that said, are there any questions for House Bill 1115 and Delegate Clippinger? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1115. Now move on to House Bill 1210, the alcohol beverages licenses transfer in the 40th, 1210, which is also Delegate Ampry, which is the licenses transfer.
And I'm standing in for Delegate Ampry. If anybody has any questions, I believe that there's Justin Williams is here.
Correct. Mr. Williams?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further to add to Delegate Clippinger's summary. There was an amendment that was, I guess, favorably adopted or voted on this morning by the House delegation to clarify that the license type is a license type from this Eddie's Mount Vernon being relocated. And there's also a potential need for amendment to confirm that the distance to this church nearby is not an issue. The proposed license location is the same as the Red Square, I guess, nightclub restaurant that was popular in the 90s, 2000s. And so I don't think it's a 300-foot rule issue, but in case it is, that'd be the other amendment to, I guess, sort out. But nothing else further to add. We had the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association letter of support in the file.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions for Mr. Williams? Seeing or hearing none, that concludes the testimony in House Bill 1210. We'll now move to the last bill of the Baltimore State Delegation, which is House Bill 1221, 40th District Alcohol Beverages. We have two witnesses, Mr. David O'Connell and Mr. Quincy Goldsmith. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Again, this is fairly self-explanatory. We're looking to expand the marketplace liquor license for Lexington Market to allow our vendors to sell beverages that complement their menu in a responsible manner. This will allow our small businesses to be more successful and really help open the new Lexington Market in a thriving way. With that, I would also just like to take this time to thank the legislature for their support of Lexington Market over the last several sessions. Without it, we would not be where we are today, preparing to open later this summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Quincy Goldsmith.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Quincy Goldsmith. I'm opening a plant shop and event space not far from the Lexington Market development. We're looking to sell plants, but also plant-based products, being wine and other liqueurs. So that's what we'd like to do to add to our offerings for the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Goldsmith? Seeing or hearing none, that concludes the testimony on that bill, and that concludes the bills for Baltimore City delegation. Thank you, Chairman Clippinger.
Madam Chair, very briefly, the Alcoholic Beverages Subcommittee of the City Delegation, we actually did meet on these today with the exception of the bill related to the block. We did not hear that bill. So for 464, 1210, 1221, and 1115, we will be getting you letters from the City Delegation after its next meeting, presumably on Friday. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next delegation, let me just announce here, because I know there was a couple of inquiries as far as bill order. So we start off with Baltimore City. We're going to follow with, in this order, with Eastern Shore, Western Upper Tier, Montgomery County, Prince George's, and Southern Maryland. And then we will end the hearings with the statewide bills. We have 40 local bills and 7 statewide. But as we mentioned, there's like about 170 witnesses total for today's hearing. With that said, we are now moving on to Queen Anne's County. I believe Delegate Arentz is here with us to present the one bill. Delegate Arentz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Steve Arentz, presenting House Bill 555, which is a local bill for Queen Anne's County license applications. It's for the purpose of authorizing the Board of License Commissioners for Queen Anne's County to exempt up to a certain number of licenses held on behalf of certain entities from certain ownership requirements, prohibiting the board from granting an exemption in a certain area and generally relating to alcohol beverage licenses in Queen Anne's County. This bill, in essence, is going to open us up to the restaurants that are chain type stores. And I do have, I believe, Commissioner Jim Moran from Queen Anne's County to testify. Looking for a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Arentz. We have Mr. Jim Moran. Jim Moran.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jim Moran. I'm the Queen Anne's County At-Large Commissioner. And this bill will allow chain restaurants, as Delegate Arentz mentioned, to come into Queen Anne's County. Right now, our laws prohibit anybody that does not have 15% ownership from opening a restaurant that serves alcohol and beer, wine. So this is basically it's for the citizens of Queen Anne's County. It's a price point issue. The Kent Narrows is one of our largest economic engines, and it is exempt from the Kent Narrows area. But anywhere outside of that area, Outback, any one of these chain restaurants can open, and the price points being that probably 80% of the county doesn't go to these more expensive restaurants. They just can't afford it. And that's understandable, but we're trying to offer another option to them in a family setting. So that's what this bill is all about. I thank you for, and hopefully a positive vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. I see we have a question from Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wasn't there a referendum on some type of big box store coming over there, and it was voted down, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and it still is in place. So these restaurants don't come near the big box referendum. This is, again, it's restaurants. It's not selling in stores. It's just strictly for the restaurants.
What would that do to the small businesses? Okay, all right.
Are there any other questions? Seeing, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 555, which concludes the testimony on that delegation. We will now move on to Somerset County. Delegate Otto, you are here to represent one bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I wish the chairman a happy birthday as well, but thank you for the committee hearing me today. We have House Bill 671. It's got a cross-file of Senate Bill 495. It would basically abolish the county liquor stores and establish a license for private enterprises to sell liquor in the county. It's been discussed, and we've been the only one of 3 counties left in the state that sell or restrict the sales of liquor to the county, and that's right now it's Somerset, Wicomico, and Montgomery counties. So I'd ask for a favorable report. This was requested by the county commissioners. It is a substantial loss of revenue to the county, but I think they feel they have means to take care of it and prepare the employees for a transition. And I think there's a couple people signed up to represent the commissioners to ask for a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you, Delegate. You're welcome. Thank you very much. We have Jean Adkins and Cindy Knopp.
Right. Thank you. I'm Gene Atkins, and I'll go first. First of all, thank you, Madam Chairman and Vice Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Gene Atkins. I'm the Finance Director for Somerset County. I'm representing the county commissioners here today who are strongly in favor of passing House Bill 671 that will abolish the Somerset County Liquor Control Board and dispensary system and establish a new $5,000 annual fee primarily for alcohol retail distributors. There are a lot of inventory and cash control issues involved in owning a liquor control board and dispensary system. Somerset County, as Delegate Otto mentioned, is one of the few remaining liquor control boards in the state of Maryland. The Board of Commissioners strongly feel the county should not be in the alcohol retail business any longer. The net fiscal effect to the county, when you consider all things over a 5-year period, is a relatively minimal effect on the county. And it will result in a reduction of expenses and results in a new Class A liquor license, which results in new revenue to the county. The Somerset County Commissioners respectfully request a favorable report and final passage of House Bill 671. And I would be happy to try to answer any questions on the calculations if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Knopp?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking for I'm one of 3 board members, and
Could you speak up a little, please?
And I'm speaking for one of 3 of our board members, and I have firsthand knowledge of ongoing problems, with running 3 liquor stores, and we approve.
You're muted, or I can't hear you. Ms. Knopp? It doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can she come over to my?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, as a one of the members of our 3 board members, we approve, we have firsthand knowledge of ongoing problems with running liquor dispensaries, and we approve the bill to move forward with abolishing the dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 671. And for Somerset County, We will now move on to Wicomico County, and we have the esteemed Delegate Carl Anderton, who will be presenting two bills for us this afternoon. Delegate Anderton.
Madam Chair, how you doing?
I'm good. I see you changed your screensaver. We had the esteemed Delegate
I did.
Walker in your background.
Oh, I mean, I can always bring it back if you prefer, but it's none of these are as good as your background. That just makes me want to get dressed up and go somewhere really nice. Again, committee members, thanks for letting me hang out with you all just for a brief second. My name is Delegate Carl Anderson. I'm blessed to represent Wicomico County, and I have two local bills here on behalf of our county. The first one is House Bill 1180, which is cross-filed in the Senate, which would establish a Class B DT license for dinner theaters in our county. We have a dinner theater that's opened. It's struggling a little bit. This bill should help them meet their criteria to stay open and may create an opportunity for even more theaters such as this to open up in our county. We have letters of support from the County Liquor Board, the County Executive, the County Council, and as soon as one of our delegation members returns from being under the weather, we will have a unanimous letter from our delegation to follow suit. Our second bill today is House Bill 1181, cross-filed in the Senate with Senate Bill 646, which would create a Class B BF license for banquet facilities, AKA wedding barns. We have a few of those locations that have popped up across the county, which is great for attracting folks from other regions of the state who want to come and say their vows and start their lives together in beautiful Wicomico County. And so this legislation would help facilitate more appropriate celebrations after the vows have been exchanged. And so we also have letters of support from the County Liquor Board, the County Executive, County Council, and a unanimous letter from our delegation.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
With that said, we will begin with House Bill 1180. And we have one witness to testify, which I guess was Delegate Anderton, because it says Wicomico County.
That was me.
Okay, great. So with that said, are there any questions for Delegate Anderton? Delegate Arentz?
Just real quick, Delegate Anderton, it says favorable with amendments on the testimony. Do you know what
Yes.
the amendment is?
Yeah, the amendments are included there from the Liquor Board. It just on page 2, line 9, strikes preparing in, and then also strikes on lines 20 and 21 on Monday through Sunday, and substitutes it with during the hours and days set out under section 32-2004 of this title. And then it also adds a line that says food shall be available at a function where beer, wine, and liquor are served.
So it'll come in with a delegation letter from.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Can't hear you.
We're on mute.
Sorry about that. So Delegate Anderton spoke on both bills. Are there
Yes.
any further questions on either bill from the members? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Delegate Anderton. That concludes the bill hearings for 1180 and 1181.
Thank you so much.
in Wicomico County. With that, members, we're going to move on to Worcester County. Delegate Hartman, are you here to represent?
I am.
Great. You can begin.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Wayne Hartman, presenting House Bill 1123. And I must say, Madam Chair, you're very kind to refer to that last delegate as the esteemed Delegate Anderton. But I won't hold that against you. House Bill.
Hey, man, that's my homeboy, man. Easy. He's esteemed.
House Bill 1123, Worcester County Alcoholic Beverages Class L license. This would establish a Class L beer, wine, and liquor license in Worcester County, authorizing the Board of License Commissioners for the county to issue the license to a holder of a manufacturer's license, specifying that the license authorizes the license holder to sell or provide samples of certain beer, wine, and liquor for on-premise consumption. So basically, this would allow a manufacturer to provide a guest tap is the easiest way to explain this. The bill provides that the hours of the sale are the same as the manufacturer. So the winery, the craft brewery, would follow those hours. This is requested by our Worcester County Economic Development Tourism Office, supported by the county commissioners. The purpose of this bill is to help with tourism, allowing, for example, a craft brewery to have a guest tap of one of our local wines. As you know, today, one thing doesn't suit everyone. So maybe a distillery would have a guest tap of a brewery, and it would just make the overall experience more pleasant. Again, a local bill. I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Hartman. You will be followed by Melanie Purcell, Steve Wise, and Melanie Purcell.
Thank you so much, esteemed members of the committee, Madam Chair. My name is Melanie Purcell. I'm the Director of Tourism and Economic Development for Worcester County. And as Delegate Hartman mentioned, this is going to be a great opportunity for our on-farm manufacturers to be able to offer other opportunities for different, I guess in terms of, like you said, if you come to a brewery and you want to have a wine, or if you want to have a mead, or you want to have a cider, it will give them the opportunity to give those different tastings and those different opportunities. So again, it's on farm, it's on manufactured by Maryland products. So that's the other thing that I wanted to point out, that these are Maryland products that we're going to be sharing. And I think here in Worcester County, because we are very rural, it gives us a great opportunity to share all of the things that we have to give to our guests that come to Ocean City, that come to Worcester County. So I would request a favorable for 1123, and I think it will just really be an opportunity for our on-farm breweries, wineries, distilleries, and meaderies to really open up the diversity that they can offer. So thank you so much, and I request a favorable.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, you took your hand down. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to the unfavorable, Mr. Steve Wise and Mr. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama and members of the committee. Steve Wise here today on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. This is the association of retailers in the state, alcoholic beverage retailers. Our opposition here is not to single out Worcester County, but this bill brings up an issue really of statewide significance that you're going to hear about a couple of times today. And in the interest of your time, I'll explain the issue now and just refer back to it when it comes up in other bills. But this bill essentially takes a manufacturer, let's say a brewer, and will allow them to serve not just the beer that they manufacture, but beer from any other brewer, and as well as distilled spirits and wine from any other brewer, which in our minds makes them indistinguishable from just being a bar. And under our three-tier system, manufacturers are supposed to be just that, manufacturers. Wholesalers are wholesalers and retailers are retailers. Obviously, that line has been blurred a little bit over the years when we've allowed the manufacturers, when the General Assembly has allowed manufacturers to serve their own products. But this bill takes it the final mile, if you will, by allowing them to serve all alcoholic beverage products, and it is not limited in quantity either. So we think that the General Assembly needs to draw the line here on this bill and others that you're going to hear about today for those reasons. And I thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis here representing the 22 family-owned and operated beer wholesalers in the state of Maryland. And as Mr. Wise said, you'll hear a couple bills today that, even though local, have statewide implications. And on this particular issue with allowing manufacturers, which there's really no definition of manufacturers, but all other manufacturers to sell other products it's basically turning them into a full-fledged bar. Now, brewers can get a Class 7 microbrewery license if they want, and that turns them into a bar establishment, and they can brew up to 45,000 barrels of beer a year, we only have 3 brewers that even come close to. One goes over, a couple get close to that amount in the state. So, and in addition, having farm breweries be able to sell other people's products. Farm breweries were, you gave them the ability to brew on a farm, and that was an ancillary service, not the primary service for those individuals. So you would be having a bar basically on a farm. And if that's the case, again, they can get a Class 7. If the county would like to allow, bars on a farm, they could do that. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1123 and Worcester County.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now move on to Baltimore County. Delegate Guyton is here with us this afternoon to present House Bill 460.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm rarely before you, but happy to be here. So for the record, Delegate Michelle Guyton from District 42B in Baltimore County, and I'm here to request your support of a fairly simple bill, House Bill 460, which is an alcoholic beverages licenses transfers bill. We are waiting for amendments to this bill that we've worked out both with the County Executive's Office and with the Maryland Restaurant Association, so Licensed Beverage Association, I'm sorry. And you should have those shortly, hopefully. But I will refer to those in my description. So like many of your districts, Baltimore County also continues in some areas to be oversaturated with licenses, sometimes with more than twice the allowable number based on population. And this bill, 460 as amended, allows Class B and D licensees in all districts that are oversaturated to sell their licenses to businesses in other districts with a limit of 2 license transfers per district and no transfers into oversaturated areas. In addition, this bill requires transfer approval from the Baltimore County Liquor Board and appropriate community safeguards, such as reports on the economic and community impacts of those transfers. So we worked, as I said, with the Licensed Beverage Association and the County Executive's Office while drafting this bill, and have introduced, which you will get shortly, a friendly amendment at their behest that conforms the bill to this description. So I hope this committee will vote to support House Bill 460. It provides relief to licensees in oversaturated areas who want to sell, and it also supports small businesses in more rural communities, such as mine, who cannot obtain a license because of population restrictions, and it will help them sustain and grow their businesses over the long term. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Delegate Guyton. We will proceed with John Steerhoff, Chris Wilhelm, and Jack Milani. Mr. Steerhoff.
Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you for members of the committee. My name is John Steerhoff. I'm here today on behalf of Friendly Farms. We'd like to thank Delegate Guyton for the introduction of this legislation, as well as Baltimore County Licensed Beverage Association, who we work closely with, and the Baltimore County Executive. As introduced, the bill is very narrowly drawn, only taking in a number 5 licenses over a 3-year period. We have worked together with Delegate Guyton on the amendments, and I don't have anything more to add than thank you very much for your consideration of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Steerhoff. Chris Wilhelm.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chris Wilhelm. I'm part of the 3rd generation at the Friendly Farm. Friendly Farm was started by my grandparents in 1959, and it's been run by our family for over 63 years. As my sister and I look forward to the future, we see the opportunity to grow our restaurant business as we plan to undertake more accessory activities on site in the coming years. Over the many years we have been in business, we have received many inquiries from customers asking, if we serve alcohol, or sometimes they will come in and just assume, that we do serve alcohol and become very disappointed when it's not available. We feel that we have lost many groups and events because we were unable to serve alcohol beverages, and we are unable to obtain a liquor license based on the population formula that applies in Baltimore County. With being in the hospitality business, we need to do what we can to provide for our customers, and if we want to stay competitive in this industry. House Bill 460 would give us the opportunity to obtain a liquor license through a transfer from another district that is oversaturated with licenses based on its population. As Baltimore County tries to build its tourism industry, we feel that we are 100% in line with this. We are a destination restaurant. People drive from all directions, including the surrounding states, to come out to a one-of-a-kind country setting. We are ready to build on that and provide more memorable experiences while also helping Baltimore County build on increasing their tourism. I truly believe that a liquor license will open the door to new customer opportunities for our business, including local and non-local. My family and I are very excited for the future, and we hope to have the opportunity to keep building our business for the next generation as the opportunity to be part of it as well. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wilhelm. And last but not least, Jack Malani.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jack Malani with Baltimore County Licensed Beverage. Thanks for your time. I think it's been covered. Thanks to Delegate Guyton, working through some amendments, and hopefully we can get those out of delegation and a letter over to you soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Malani. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony in House Bill 460 and for Baltimore County. We will now move on to Frederick County. We have Delegate Ken Kerr here to present this afternoon. He has 4 bills to present.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Members of Economic Matters Committee. I'm Delegate Ken Kerr here today representing the Frederick County delegation with a package of 3 delegation bills and a 4th omnibus bill currently under my name, which will encompass all the changes that are contained in the other 3. So these bills will eliminate redundancies, improve efficiencies, and clean up discrepancies in current Frederick County liquor laws. So please forgive me for any gaps in my knowledge and testimony, as I'm a late replacement for Delegate Pippi, who had planned to present these bills today. The delegation's preference, Madam Chair, is that we begin with HB 1234. We can then touch on the others. But if HB 1234 is found favorable, the others will be unnecessary and we'll request to withdraw them.
Understood.
Thank you. This bill, HB 1234, makes several changes to alcoholic beverage license provisions in Frederick County. First, the bill repeals redundant alcohol awareness training requirements for barbershops, beauty salons, cinemas, and theaters, as this is already a requirement of obtaining the license. Second, it repeals crowd control training requirements for the barbershops, beauty salons, cinemas, and theaters, as this is controlled by the fire marshal. Next, it modifies residency requirements for various license applications to specify the non-resident license holder must have a local agent to act on their behalf. Next, it repeals specific petition of support requirements, specifying how notice requirements may be fulfilled by the Frederick County Liquor Board. Current law requires an application to include a petition of support signed by 10 residents who are owners of real estate and registered voters in the precinct where the business is to be conducted. This bill would permit these petitions to be completed online rather than in person. Next, the bill alters the quota for certain Class A licenses by removing the phrase "or major fraction" from the current law, which reads, "A license may be issued for every 4,000 individuals or major fraction in an election district." So currently, if an election district has a census of 6,001, an additional license could be issued. The Liquor Board asserts that the 56 Class A licenses currently issued in Frederick County are sufficient to meet the needs of county residents, and that further expansion of licenses is not necessary. The bill would also seek an exemption from Section 4-404, which would allow licensees to file for renewal as early as January 1st instead of March 1st, This will allow ample time for staff to process and perform annual inspections. The bill also asks that the dates by which the board may issue license renewals begin January 1st rather than April 15th. It also specifies that certain license application documents are subject to the state requirements under the Public Information Act so that personal identifying information such as social security numbers, personal phone numbers, personal income and assets, all these be removed from public view. There's an amendment that changes the sponsor from Delegate Kerr to Frederick County Delegation and corrects the residency requirement by adding the word resident agent as opposed to resident, as this provision was determined to be unconstitutional in an Attorney General's office opinion. The Frederick County Delegation has submitted a letter of delegation support, and we ask for your favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Kerr. Are there any questions from the members on House Bill 1234? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Delegate Kerr. That actually concludes on that bill, but you're going to speak about the other bills. We just took it out of order at your request. Great.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 768 is the one that deals with the major fraction thereof population requirement. House Bill 1159 is a duplicate of 768, as both Delegate Pippi and I submitted the legislative requests. And 1157 deals with the license renewal and issuing dates.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm trying to check if there are any witnesses. That's done, that's done, that's done. No testified, none. Okay, great. That would end the panelists for all four bills. Are there questions from the members on any of the Frederick County alcohol bills? Seeing and hearing none. That concludes the testimony on all Frederick County alcohol bills. Thank you, Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will now move on to Garrett County. And I believe we were told we will have the legislative aid of Delegate Beitzel with us this afternoon.
Yep, I'm right here.
Great.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Benjamin Reichard, Chief of Staff for Delegate Beitzel, here on his behalf to present HB 1118, the Garrett County Alcoholic Beverages Act of 2022. This is our annual liquor bill. It's very simple. It was requested by the Garrett County Liquor Control Board in response to requests made by local businesses. This bill will create a barbershop and beauty salon license in the county and will also expand the number of festival licenses that can be issued each year. These changes will have a positive impact in Garrett County. You'll find letters of support from both the Garrett County Delegation and the Garrett County Liquor Control Board. We appreciate the opportunity to present the annual liquor bill to you guys every year. Please let us know if you need any additional information. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you. You're muted, Delegate Valderrama.
Sorry about that. Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you. I have a question regarding, I've seen a couple of these bills that ask about the barbershops and the salons. Is there a training requirement? Maybe somebody on the committee that knows the answer. Is there a training requirement for them to be able to serve these type of drinks? I know when you go to bars, they got the tips training they have to have. Are you all concerned about the barbers? Do they come out and support this and saying they would like to see this and have this opportunity?
I do not have an answer to this, so I would yield to anyone on the committee that can speak on this.
No problem. I'll give it a counsel with Bob Smith and fill me in on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Any other questions from the members? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1118. And for Garrett County, we will now move on to Harford. Harford is different from the rest of us. They will not have one representative. They will all be testifying, presenting individually. We will start off with, Harford County has four bills, so we will start off with Delegate Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Delegate Steve Johnson here to present House Bill 465. And the purpose of this bill is to create a new license, alcohol license in Harford County. Right now in the Bell Camp Riverside area, it's an area of our community and our county that has no police department, so it has no fire, or I'm sorry, it has no fire department, so it has no fire hall. It has no community activity building. It's kind of a donut hole, if you will, in the county. And what we're requesting is to create a new license, a resort bill license. And this would specify a minimum number of 10 acres to be a resort. And it would allow someone who wanted to do a resort type setting to serve alcohol from a couple different locations, and then they would be able to carry the alcohol inside the resort area. This is helpful when we have a resort setting to have outdoor weddings, outdoor events. The owner is looking to possibly do a mini amphitheater, do concerts, that type of thing. So this then would allow that area to become some type of a destination for Harford County. They have a plan. They're working part of that plan as a new hotel that would have a culinary school in it. So there's a lot of support for this. We have a letter of support from the Harford County Chamber. We have a letter of support with amendment from the Harford County Liquor Board. The amendment is considered a friendly amendment, and to answer Delegate Walker's question he just asked, it would require a minimum number of employees from each outlet in the resort complex that must complete the alcohol awareness training required under the section. So with that, I will turn it over to witnesses. I'm sorry, I have another amendment. I'm sorry about that, Madam Chairman. Another amendment to make this. This was voted favorably. You should have a letter of support from the delegation and an amendment to turn this into a delegation bill.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson. We have one witness to present oral testimony, and that is Eric McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for hearing support of this House Bill 465. This will establish a resort complex license in the Northeast region of the state. It's an economic development bill that promotes workforce training. It promotes employment, positive use of natural resources, and destination marketing. It's being presented as a delegation bill. It has the support of the local business community and specifically the Harford County Chamber of Commerce. The local liquor board has expressed no opposition to the concept of this legislation. And what it does is it creates a new class of alcoholic beverage license in Harford County for a destination or resort type project that meets very specific criteria. And the proposal came from a large scale economic development project that's been in progress for quite some time as a destination in the county that has facilities like state-of-the-art conference center, a members-only dining club, and unique waterfront event space. And what it does is now allows for expansion of additional potential lodging space, culinary education, hospitality training facilities, a standalone restaurant, and so on. Each of those venues creates jobs and supports economic activity. It's needed because there are currently limitations on the number of licenses that can be owned and operated in common. And we don't believe that that traditional concept was ever really intended to apply to a project of this size and that's this diverse. It's 10 acres, specific, unique amenities in addition to dining in the traditional sense. So again, destination is the word that's attached to the bill. Resort it's a local bill. We appreciate this committee's support with favorable action, please.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Are there any questions for the delegate or Mr. McLaughlin from the members? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 465. We will now move on to House Bill 493. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And again, members of the Economic Matters Committee. Delegate Johnson, for the record, here to present House Bill 493. This bill is right now the language for the Ripken Stadium specified that they could serve drinks in paper, plastic, or styrofoam. Well, you know, we did away with the styrofoam. So looking to expand what they do there for events in specified areas. This bill would allow them to sell beer, wine, and alcohol in certain areas and containers, including glass in the glass in the club level or specified areas where they had sit-down dining. They have a couple areas where they have corporate events and other community events where it has tables where they sit down. We would like for them to be able to serve wine at these corporate events or alcohol if they so choose. And they have another crab shack area where they could do the same thing. So this seeks to allow them to do those events and serve beer, wine, and alcohol and in those areas. And there was an amendment that added in an area the stadium designated by the license holder to hold special events. And that would be considered a friendly amendment, as well as another amendment that added Harford County delegation. That was voted favorably by the delegation, and we would like to make this a delegation bill. And it authorizes an individual to serve beer, wine, and liquor in a glass container in an area in the stadium designated by the license holder to hold special events. This does have the support of the Harford County Liquor Board and the delegation, and we do have an amendment to make it a delegation bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson. We have one person to testify with oral testimony. You also have written testimony in your packages. Jack Graham with the Ripken Professional Baseball.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here, Madam Chair, the rest of the committee. This bill is a fairly simple bill, in my opinion. It modernizes our liquor license. When it was originally written, paper, plastic, and styrofoam were the vessels for distribution of alcoholic beverages at the ballpark. It overlooked what has come to become a very common vessel type, which is just a metal can. Anybody who's been to an Orioles game or a Ravens game anytime recently knows that that's a very common way to sell beer, as well as what has become known as craft or canned cocktails. Those are the main vessels for baseball games. And as Delegate Johnson pointed out, we do also serve as more than just a baseball stadium. We have many different events over the course of the year, including weddings, private corporate events, charity fundraisers, which we appreciate the ability to designate certain areas as areas for the service of alcohol in glass to enhance those experiences for those guests. We do not intend to serve glass at baseball games. We intend to continue on with paper, plastic, or aluminum in those areas, but the flexibility that this bill allows us is greatly appreciated, not only by us as an organization, but also our fans who don't want to wait for a beer that's sold in a can to be poured into a cup. And so we appreciate the flexibility and simplicity that this bill gives us.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 493. Next, we'll move on to House Bill 520. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the Economic Matters Committee. Delegate Johnson here to present House Bill 520. This is a bill that reduces the Ripken Stadium alcohol fee from $10,000 to $4,000. You should have in your packet a schedule of fees that was sent that demonstrates around the state Ripken Stadium is paying virtually 5 times what every stadium its size pays in the state. And I want to note that the Baltimore Orioles and Ravens Stadium, the M&T Stadium has basically 71,000 seats. They pay $12,000. Camden Yards has approximately 46,000 seats. They pay $12,000. The Ripken Stadium has 5,800 seats and they pay $10,000. Now, the other stadiums that are Ripken Stadium size around the state, they run from $2,000 to $2,420. What we're asking for the Ripken Stadium is to be reduced to $4,000, which is still almost twice double what every other stadium their size pays in the state. We do have an letter of opposition from the liquor board, and I want to speak to that for just a second. Our liquor board in Harford County is set up a little different. They are in a silo and they exist on fees and fines. They are forced to support themselves only on fees and fines. We don't think that that is a good structure for our businesses in Harford County. When we compare our fees, alcohol fees in Harford County to other counties around the state, we see that we are a little skewed, being higher and being more difficult when people look to come and open a business in Harford County that involves alcohol. We do have support of the Harford County Chamber on this bill. We do have delegation support, and we do have an amendment to make this a delegation bill. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 520.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson. We have one more witness for oral testimony. That's Mr. Jack Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Economic Committee members. I appreciate Delegate Johnson's consideration in the introduction of this bill. I cannot speak to why our original liquor license in 2002 was passed with such a different fee structure in terms of the total price of other stadiums, but I can say that it is obviously a financial burden on us as compared to other stadiums around the state, and we do appreciate the consideration of this committee and the legislature in altering that. We are a small local minor league baseball stadium that can fit a maximum of, as Delegate Johnson said, just under 6,000. We believe that this bill is an alteration that puts us more in line with those around the state who pay less for a similar size of facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Delegate Branch.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This question is for Delegate Johnson. How did you arrive at 4,000 if you compared with the other stadiums such as Purdue Stadium, I'm assuming, and some others? If they're like at 2,500, how did you all settle at 4,000?
Thank you, Delegate Branch, for that question. Delegate Branch, if it was up to me, it would be between $2,000 and $2,500 or $2,500. However, the folks at Ripken Stadium agreed to settle with $4,000, so it basically was a compromise.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the members? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 520. We will now move on to House Bill 667, Delegate Lasante.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. Delegate Marian Lasante from Harford County for the record. This legislation is intended to repeal an old requirement that a restaurant applying for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license must be in full-time operation for 6 months prior to submitting the application. This law is only exists in Harford County, and nowhere else in Maryland places this undue hardship on restaurants that are honestly struggling in these most uncertain times. House Bill 667 eliminates the 6-month waiting period for restaurants and for their time to upgrade to a liquor license. This bill will help start up, existing, and expanding restaurants. It is a tool for economic development, and it will encourage a diversity of food to locate in Harford County. I am pleased to offer this committee a letter of support from the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, as well as the Harford County delegation. I will be offering a sponsor amendment to reflect the unanimous support of the Harford County delegation and respectfully request a favorable report to House Bill 667. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Lasante. We have one more witness for this bill, Adam Rybczynski.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Adam Rybczynski, representing the City of Havre de Grace. Like Delegate Lasante said, the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace supports House Bill 667. Harford County is the only jurisdiction in our state which requires an applicant for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to wait 6 months before they are eligible to serve liquor. This unnecessary waiting period increases the difficulty of attracting new restaurants to Harford County and ultimately puts the county at a competitive disadvantage with our neighboring counties. This common sense pro-business bill, if passed, would repeal that waiting period. The City of Havre de Grace requests the committee give HB 667 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 667 and the bills for Harford County.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Howard County. We have Delegate Watson, who will be presenting 2 bills for the delegation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Would you like me to start with HB 840?
Yes, please.
Thank you. HB 840 is a Howard County alcoholic beverages consumption only shopping mall plaza license and special event permit bill. It would allow Howard County to issue a consumption only shopping mall plaza license and special event permit to the owner of a commercial shopping mall. The mall must include at least 1 Class B licensed restaurant and an outdoor plaza area for consumption. Patrons may consume beer, wine, and liquor in the outdoor plaza area purchased from mall restaurants that hold a Class B license contiguous to the plaza. Consumption is allowed Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. There must be a description of the plaza and a list of the vendors in the application. There must be a security plan approved by the Howard County Police Department. There's a $4,000 annual fee, and it can only be issued to the holder of a shopping mall plaza license. And it allows participating restaurants to operate bars and food service in the plaza area during the event. In our hearing, the mall in Columbia testified in favor, as did the Howard County Chamber of Commerce. There was no opposition. The bill was unanimously passed in delegation. And what it does is it allows for additional flexibility for restaurants to serve patrons outdoors at special events in larger outdoor plaza areas. Moving on to HB 1308. This is a bill simply about notice. It repeals the requirement for applicants for liquor licenses to post a notice in the newspaper. Applicants must post a hearing notice for change of resident agent, transfer of license, or transfer of location. The applicant must photograph posted notice and send it to the board before the hearing on the application. So what I meant to say a minute ago was that the applicant must now post the location with a sign, must send a photograph of that location to the board. And the board must post a notice of the hearing on the website for at least 15 days before the hearing. And also provide the Howard County Public Information Office information about the hearing to be posted along with other public meeting notices. Bottom line is, this is to eliminate newspaper advertising, which Howard County has been doing in a lot of other areas, and to provide other methods, especially the web, of listing relevant hearings. That's House Bill 1308.
Thank you, Delegate Watson. Members, are there any questions on either bill, House Bill 840 and House Bill 1308 for Delegate Watson? Seeing and hearing none, thank you, Delegate Watson. There is written testimony in your packages for those two bills as well. With that, we will now move on to Washington County, and I believe Delegate Weibel is here with us this afternoon to present the 6 bills for their delegation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'll start with House Bill 280. It's good to be with you and members of the Economic Matters Committee. House Bill 280 is a very simple bill. It simply removes the word standalone from the language so that cinemas and theaters located within a mall or other attached building may be issued a license for on-sale beer, wine, and liquor. House Bill 280 has unanimous support of the Washington County delegation, and we would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Weibel. We have one witness for this bill. Mr. Jeffrey Bogzowski.
Yes, ma'am. All we're trying to do is come into with most of the other counties in the state that most of the theaters have alcohol, and this would just let us have a alcohol in a mall where it's a standalone building and only will let us do one, basically bring it into modern era.
Was that the end of your testimony?
Yeah, I think so. I think you understand the bill.
Okay, and I apologize, Delegate Weibel, that was my miscalculation. I actually wanted you to present all your bills, so if we could just proceed with that, and then we'll have
Okay, I can do that. I know some of them have some opposition, but we can go through them all. Okay.
You know what, as a point of personal privilege, I retract. I would like to take it one by one because there are quite a few folks on here. So with that, members, are there questions for Mr. Chairman Bogzowski on House Bill 280? Seeing and hearing none. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 280. Now we will move on to House Bill 281. Thank you, Delegate Weibel.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 281 removes the 6/30/2023 sunset provision, which allows wineries to continue to hold 60 events per year in which they're permitted to sell on-premise consumption of beer, sparkling wine, and liquor not produced by the holder. The reason that we're asking for this sunset provision to be removed this year is that we already have wineries that are trying to schedule events beyond the sunset currently in place. This bill was passed last year by the House without the sunset provision. The sunset in place that we're trying to remove was put on by the Senate committee last year. The bill has unanimous support of the Washington County delegation, and we would ask for a favorable report. Be glad to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. We have in this order, Mr. Randall. Well, I shouldn't assume it's a Mr. We have J. Randall Thompson, and then followed by Jeffrey Bogzowski.
I'm Mr. and that's just fine with me. Just so you know. Listen, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I come today in support of this particular bill, 281. This bill without sunset provision was moved from this committee last session to the full House. It passed, and then the sunset provision was incorporated into the legislation by the Senate. Don't know exactly why, but it was. But here's the thing that's important for this committee to understand. The event staff at our vineyard, they're selling weddings and corporate events and things like that, which Delegate Weibel spoke about. Many of them right now are being sold into past the sunset provision of this legislation. I think the key word in the legislation for all of the committee members is private functions. Private functions, meaning that somebody rents our space to have a wedding, to have a corporate event where none of the public are there. It's a private event. Like if you had an event at your home for your daughter, your son, for a wedding. That's what people are wanting to use this for. And that's all this legislation does. And I would recommend your favorable report back to the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wojciechowski?
Yes, ma'am. We're in favor of this bill to remove that sunset clause. This isn't for everyday consumption. People can't go in there on a regular basis and drink other products, which would not make it right for to be a winery. If you're having a wedding or something like that, not everybody drinks wine. There's some people would like beer. So we're in favor of this for a limited amount of events per year. And I think it makes sense that everything that Delegate Weibel and Mr. Thompson said, I agree with everything they said, and we're in support of it. And I think we would be in control of keeping it under the wraps. So we don't want another bar or another restaurant in this area. We just want this event center to take place, and it's a nice thing for all the wineries in the area to be able to do some events without just serving wine. Thank you.
And Madam Chairman, if I might say, and I'll be quiet after this, we've had this legislation in effect for a number of years now. Zero problems. Zero.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. With that, are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, I would like to make note, you do have unfavorable written testimony by the MSLBA in your packages. That concludes the hearings on House Bill 281. House Bill 311, Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 311 allows the Board of License Commissioners to issue a Class D beer and wine license to a holder of a Class 3 winery license that held this license prior to May 31, 2018, and produces less than 30,000 gallons annually. The holder may sell only wine that the holder produces under its own label, and this license may not be transferred. Basically, the bill is very limited in scope, and we're simply trying to grandfather an existing business so that they can continue in their business as is. And as I said, they cannot transfer this license should they close. House Bill 311 has unanimous support of the Washington County delegation. And again, we ask for a favorable report. I thank you and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have two witnesses in this order, Mr. Kevin Addix, and again, Mr. Jeffrey Wojciechowski. Mr. Addix.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Addix with Grow and Fortify here representing the Maryland Wineries Association. HB 311 pertains to a specific winery in Washington County who has operated legally under existing Class 4 license winery laws, but upon the change in the Class 4 winery license in May of this year, will be out of compliance with that class of license and will need to migrate to a new class of license. They've operated legally under this license for many years, but when the industry decided to self-regulate and kind of better structure the farm winery license, there were a number of wineries that did not use local fruit that would be required at the end of the 4-year period to move into a different license. With discussions with these types of wineries around the state, we're finding that a new structure is going to be needed. So this is a proposal based on discussions with those wineries. I will point to or foreshadow another bill later this afternoon that will discuss an alternative solution to this, simply delaying the implementation of the law for 2 years to allow for more fruit to be grown in the state and to allow the industry a little more time to figure out the appropriate path forward. So with that, we urge your consideration of this local bill.
Thank you, Mr. Addix. Before we begin, Mr. Wojciechowski, something has happened to our 2-minute timer here, so I will be watching my timer. In the interest of time, you have 2 minutes with your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be short. Kevin Addix from the Winery Association pretty much summed the bill up perfectly. We'd be in favor of it. We're just trying to keep people in business, and with the change of the law with the class of 3 and 4, that it would be we'd be in favor of this bill moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, you also have unfavorable written testimony in your packages by the MSLBA. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 311. Next bill is House Bill 856. Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 856 allows an institution of higher education that offers a hospitality and tourism management degree program to be issued a beer, wine, and liquor license so that preparing, serving, and consuming of alcoholic beverages may occur during the classroom instruction. House Bill 856 has unanimous support of the Washington County delegation. It has no opposition to my knowledge, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bogzowski.
Yes, ma'am. This bill we would be in favor of. All we're trying to do is we had some colleges and universities come to us and ask what kind of license they could use so that they could sample products and have it legally on their premise. So this we'd be in favor of it just so that we could control the safety of our community and make sure things are done correctly, make sure that they're getting alcohol awareness trained and things like that. We'd be in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 856. Now on to 1106.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1106 removes the term light from Washington County ordinances. Washington County is currently one of 9 counties that has a light wine category where the alcohol by volume does not exceed 15.5%. This bill puts us in line with 16 other jurisdictions in Maryland that use the federal standard for wine that does not exceed 23% of alcohol by volume.
Hey, Matesh, how you doing?
It has no opposition.
Let me pause this. Hang on one second.
Could you mute yourself? Thank you. Go
Sorry.
ahead. Sorry
Can you
about
hear
that.
me?
Yes, it wasn't you. It was another person.
Oh, okay. House Bill 1106 has a 5-to-1 support of the Washington County delegation, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bogzowski.
We'd be in favor of removing the light wine. We're just trying to come into what most of the other counties in the state require. So we just in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1106. The last bill for for Washington County is House Bill 1117, my birthday. With that said, Delegate Weibel.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. House Bill 1117 does 2 things. One, it standardizes the language for a cafe/patio permit, whereas previously the language only referred to cafes, and it delineates procedures and stipulations upon which the license may be issued. The second part of this bill allows the holder of a Class B, C, or D license to purchase alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption at retail. The reason we have this second part of the bill is that several of our smaller holders of Class B, C, and D licenses have complained repeatedly to our Board of Licensing Commissioners that our liquor distributors are not servicing their accounts. These are not local distributors, they're outside the county. And therefore, that's the reason we're asking for this bill. This section of the legislation would expire on December 31, 2023, so that we can find a more permanent solution. It'll give us time to find a more permanent solution to the dilemma that these smaller retail establishments face. House Bill 1117 does have unanimous support of the delegation, and we do ask for a favorable report. I thank you and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Weibel. We have several witnesses for oral testimony in favor. We will begin with Mr. Bogzowski, followed by Steve Wise, Bruce Bariano, and Bob Douglas. Mr. Bogzowski.
Thank you again. Okay, as far as the patio and the sidewalk cafe, that's just kind of putting things together and making our bookkeeping better for our office. The second part of it with the alcohol being purchased from a retailer, again, Delegate Weibel mentioned that there's retailers that come out of Baltimore, which are an hour, hour and a half away from us, and their trucks full with big deliveries. They don't want to stop at these small guys that want one or two cases at a time, and it's basically discriminating against the small retailer in our area, and it's kind of not fair. They're calling us asking, please, what can we do? We're not allowed to go to a retailer. They won't deliver to us. We're not getting our products. How can we resolve this problem? Well, it was a last minute trying to come up with a way to solve the problem for a year while we work on a permanent solution. And we're not saying we're cutting out the distributor. They can still go to the distributor if they can get it from the distributor. All we're asking is that they can go to a retailer and purchase a bottle of Jack Daniels, Jim Beam. Sorry, just using names for clarification. Just to purchase a bottle to get through until their distributor is willing to make a delivery. They might come once a week, once a month. They're supposed to come once a week, but they might come once a month or not come at all for a couple months. And that's not fair to the small on sale. It's only for on sale. We would regulate it very stringently where they have to report to us what their products that are getting. We want a list of size and so forth. And we'd also require them to keep the records for a minimum of 2 years. And we want more than a register receipt. We want a receipt that shows details exactly what they received if it's not on their register receipt. And if I would almost like to separate those if there was a way to say, if part of this bill is something that you guys don't like, I would like to separate them, that you eliminate part of it if you have to. But I think it would help our local area and keep some of our local small places in business. Again, we're not trying to cut out the.
You to wrap it up, Mr. Bukowski.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Wise.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama. Steve Wise with the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. To the chairman's point from Washington County who just spoke, we do not have an issue with the bulk of this bill. The cafe permit is entirely in accordance with what other jurisdictions have done in that area. But it's the other part of the bill where we have an issue, and that is the ability for one retailer to buy from another. The retailer that he mentioned experienced the problem that a number of retailers, our members, have experienced over the last couple of years, and that is with supply disruptions and the inability to get certain products. And those have been in limited supply to the wholesaler. And that's a problem we're very aware of. But the solution that is posed in this bill, we think, is far outsized as compared to the problem, which we hope as the economy comes back together is not a problem anymore. Our association did make efforts to work with the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission to speak with wholesalers about being equitable in their distribution among smaller retailers when it comes to those limited supply products. They issued an advisory on that point just about a week ago. So we think there are things underway that will help address this problem. But selling from retailer to retailer, we think, opens up a lot of issues in response to what we hope is a very limited problem.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Bruce Bariano.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Distributors of Maryland. Similar to Mr. Wise, and I adopt his testimony, the bulk of the bill we have no objection to, and it's fine. It's the uncodified language which violates the three-tier system, which is a very important and significant system, which I know this subcommittee and the entire Economic Matters Committee fully understands. And as indicated by Mr. Wise, there are shortage problems. They're real. Not only the availability of glass to do bottles, but just the drivers and qualified people to come to work. This problem has just come to my attention on behalf of the distributors. I did speak to Chairman Weibel, and I pledged to look into it and help move along a rectification of this problem. But statutorily, even though it's for a small period of time, interfering with the three-tier system is a very bad precedent. Retailers don't sell to retailers, and it is too extreme and really not necessary. I believe you have a letter from Mr. Bob Douglas on behalf of my client, and I did submit amendments, Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee, to sever the objectionable uncodified language from the bill with the rest of the bill going forward satisfactorily. I would urge the adoption of these amendments. I think you know Mr. Wise, you know myself. We will act in good faith. We will try and rectify and assist Washington County with this problem, but legislating it and breaking up the three-tier system is not the way to go. It's not the way to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Members, Mr. Steve Wise, Mr. Bruce Berryon, and the next witness, Mr. Bob Douglas, are all favorable with amendment. Last, for favorable panel, we'll have Bob Douglas. Mr. Douglas?
He might have had.
I forgot to unmute.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. I appreciate your attention and time. As stated before, the licensed beverage distributors support the street cafe patio part of the bill. The problem we have is Section 2, which attempts to basically solve a problem which hopefully we can resolve by communicating directly with the delegation and working. We have been able to resolve that issue elsewhere, and I'm confident, having talked to the distributors, that they want to be able to resolve it there. Our problem with the proposal is that it basically says we're going to reject the three-tier system, which means that the three-step regulatory system that has worked so well in Maryland, that this would be outside it, which creates problems, A, with tracking the source of the alcoholic beverage, which is needed to find out if there, for example, is any contaminated, tracking it back to its source. The other problem that comes up is what they call the credit control list. That is a list which is prepared for retailers who are not able to pay on time, so that they basically don't end up going down the rabbit hole with having to get behind with payments with other wholesalers. So the bottom line is we view the suggestion in the bill about getting outside of the three-tier system as tantamount to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And we don't think that's necessary to solve this problem, and we look forward to talking with the delegation and the retailers, the restaurateurs, to solve this problem. Thank you very much, and we hope a favorable with amendment report will come from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. We'll now move on to the unfavorable with one witness, Mr. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis here on behalf of the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association, and I apologize. I also am favorable with amendment. I appreciate Chairman Weibel speaking with John Pavazza of our office prior to the hearing, and we have two local beer wholesalers located in Washington County. I reached out to them. As you've heard, there's been, during this pandemic, some supply issues with some major brands. They would like to sell whatever beer they have in their warehouse. Unfortunately, sometimes there's a shortage. As it relates to beer specifically, there's quality issues that come into play. For instance, code dates, breakage. If a retailer happens when they're moving their product to break the product, drop it, it's the wholesaler's responsibility at his cost to come out and replace the product that's broken. And if this is allowed from retailer to retailer, we're not sure how we're going to follow the chain of custody. It wouldn't be our responsibility in that manner. Also, the price that retailer would sell to retailer, we're not allowed to discriminate from the state level. So we want to make sure that our retailers, our customers have a proper product. As Mr. Wise stated, we've had numerous meetings with Alcohol Tobacco Commission on this issue. We're doing our best and we will continue to, and we are fine with the bill, except for the one portion would allow retailer to retailer. Happy to work with any licensee that feels they're not getting the proper service from the beer wholesalers in Washington County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists?
Madam Chair, could I follow up with a statement?
As a delegate, yes, you may.
I just want to say we're grateful for everyone, willing to work together, and that's ultimately what we want. So I can't speak for the delegation, but I do think we would be amenable to amending the second part of the legislation out if we can keep the first part. And our issue has never been with the beer distributors. The issue was with the liquor distributors who are outside of the county. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on that bill. We are concluding with the Washington County legislation. We will now move on to Calvert County with one bill. Delegate Fisher will be presenting House Bill 886.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Economic Matters Committee. My name is Chris Hopkins. I'm here on behalf of Delegate Mark Fisher's office, presenting HB 886. It's entitled Calvert County Board of License Commissioners Compensation. This bill increases the compensation of the Calvert County Board of License Commissioners such that the board chair must receive $5,000 annually for expenses incurred while performing the duties of office, which would be an $800 increase. And then each regular board member must receive $4,350 annually for expenses incurred, which would be a $750 increase. The increases in compensation do not apply to members currently serving in a term of office and will only take effect at the start of the term of an individual appointed or elected after the effective date of the bill, and it would take place on July 1st, 2022. The bill is supported by the Calvert County delegation and the Calvert County commissioners, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you. Your mic is muted.
This mute button is going to be the end of me. Anyway, having said that, there is written testimony from the delegation members. Are there any questions for Mr. Hopkins? Seeing none, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 886 and for Calvert County. We'll now move on. Thank you. We will now move on to Charles County, and Delegate Deb Davis will be presenting one bill, House Bill 1116.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. For the record, Deborah Davis from District 28 in Charles County. I'm here to present HB 1116, and it's entitled Charles County Alcoholic Beverages Abeyance of License. This bill would simply allow the Charles County Liquor Board to hold a revoked or relinquished license for up to 1 year. We feel as though this would help with blighted properties outside of our development district. It only applies to areas, our most rural areas that have over 6,750 residents. We have less than 6,750 residents. We respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Davis. Are there any questions for Delegate Davis? Seeing none, hearing none, thank you, Delegate. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 1116 and for Charles County delegation. We will now move on to Montgomery County delegation. Delegate Lily Chi will be presenting for Montgomery County with 5 bills.
Hey, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Delegate Lily Chi here to present 5 local bills on behalf of the Montgomery County delegation. First,
I apologize, Delegate Chi, could we go in this order? House Bill 232, 233, 239, 241, 242. So basically numerical order.
Yes, that's exactly the order I have. How did I figure that out? Thank you. All right. First, HB 232. HB 232 allows limited winery, class 4 limited winery and class 7 microbrewery licenses to be issued to the Crossvine project in Poolesville, which is a wine crushing facility that is located in my district of District 15, so that the facility would be able to produce wine and sell and serve their own productions, basically for on and off premise consumption. Do you want me to pause or just go on?
Oh, so I would like you to present all your bills.
Okay, all right. HB 233 expands the local licensing options by allowing the issuance of a Class 7 microbrewery license to current holders of Class D retail license holders, so they can operate as both manufacturers and the retailers, including like a restaurant type of operation if they so choose. It basically expands local options. I want to point out that this committee should have received an amendment to this bill, HB 233, which would also increase the cap of licenses for the town of Kensington from currently 8 to 20 for all classes. Okay, so the next one is HB 242. HB 242 would authorize a new consumption-only marketplace license, which actually you have heard several legislators presenting on behalf of their local counties, to be issued to either the developer or the property manager of a shopping center. So shoppers can enjoy a glass of beer, wine, or liquor purchased from one of the establishments within that shopping district, while they enjoy shopping experience in the outdoor space that is adjacent to or very close to that shopping area. The next one is HB, oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the order a little bit. I apologize. Okay. So let me go to HB 239. HB 239 is Class D beer and wine license. It would allow farm breweries, which is Class 8 farm brewery, and certain wineries, which is Class 4 limited winery, to sell their own products and each other's products for on and off premise consumption. The final one is HB 241. That would create a referendum for voters of Damascus, which is election district 12 in Montgomery County, to allow the sale of beer, wine, and liquor 7 days a week, just like the rest of the county, through a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. And I apologize for mixing the order of one of the bills.
It's okay, but you did 242, Delegate Shi?
Yes, I did.
Great.
That's the consumption-only marketplace.
Yes. Okay, so what I will do here, thank you, Delegate Shi, we'll go back to 232, and there is one witness in support, Mr. Keith Miller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Keith Miller, CEO of the Montgomery County Revenue Authority. As Delegate Shi mentioned, House Bill 232 will allow for the operation of the Crossvines project, which is located on land adjacent to our existing Poolesville Golf Course in Poolesville, Maryland. The project consists of a 7,300 square foot custom crush facility, a vineyard, and event center. The Crossvines project supports the county's long-range plan for economic and agricultural development, education, and workforce development in the county's agricultural reserve. The project will dedicate several acres to the development of a demonstration vineyard where students can learn vineyard management. The University of Maryland is coordinating the research and development of this vineyard. The authority will also collaborate with Montgomery College and the universities at Shady Grove to support degree programs in ag tourism, marketing, communication, business entrepreneurship, and the culinary arts. This bill will allow us to hold the necessary license to produce wine as well as cider for the local apple orchards while maintaining the operations of the existing golf course. Thank you for your time today, and I respectfully request a favorable committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. You also have written testimony in favor by Ms. Amy Salmon. Are there any questions for Mr. Miller on House Bill 232? Seeing none and hearing none, thank you very much. On House Bill 233, we have Two witnesses in favor, Ms. Amy Salmon and Kathy Durbin. Ms. Salmon?
They're here for questions only.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the members on House Bill 233, the microbrewery license, Class 7? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much. House Bill 239, we have in favor. Oh, no, that's written. Okay, we will go to the unfavorable on House Bill 239, which is the farm brewery and limited wineries. We will go with Mr. Steve Wise and Nick Manis.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama. I had mentioned earlier today, again, speaking for the Licensed Beverage Association, that on House Bill 1123, there was an issue raised there that would be found in other bills today. And this is one of those other bills in that it allows breweries, for example, to serve the products of wineries and vice versa. So I don't need to repeat that testimony, but that's the issue that we raised with this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis here, represent the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. And as Mr. Wise testified, I also have testified in opposition to another bill that has similar language. And if a farm brewery or any brewery wants to sell other products, they can go and get a Class 7 microbrewery license. And if Montgomery County or any other county would like to see a microbrewery on farm land or farm property, they have the ability to do so. So with that, that ends my testimony. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for these two panelists? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you, gentlemen. We will now move on to House Bill 241. There are no oral witnesses. There are written testimony in favor in your packages. House Bill 242. Is Ms. Salmon and Durbin only here for questions as well?
That's my understanding.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Members, are there any questions for House Bill 242, which is the consumption only marketplace licenses? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on all bills in Montgomery County delegation. Thank you, Delegate Chi.
Thank you.
We will now move on to Prince George's delegation. And we have our great chairman, Nick Charles, I believe, who will be here to present the bills for the delegation. Chairman Charles, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. All right. So we have 4 liquor bills that came out of Prince George's County delegation. And I'm going to start off with House Bill 357. We have HB 357, 359, HB 1050, and HB 356, which I will save for the last discussion. But in terms of HB 357, this is the Prince George's County Alcohol Beverage Sunday Off Sale Permits. This is for the purpose of repealing a provision of law limiting the issuance of the Board of License Commissioners for Prince George's County of a certain Sunday off sale permit to holders of a certain license acquired on or after a certain date, repealing the limit on the number of Sunday off sale permits that may be in effect at any one time, and generally relating to Sunday off sale alcoholic beverage permits in Prince George's County. This bill comes out of a place of fairness, and it's been voted out unanimously through our delegation. But currently there are 105 Sunday off sale permits in Prince George's County. What this would do is repeal that limit of 105 and allow for an unlimited amount, but still keep in the requirements in Prince George's County, which mandates that $50,000 investment be put into the interior and exterior of the liquor store in Prince George's County. So that all stays the same. In addition to that, in order to acquire the license, the licensee must submit an application to the Board of Licenses. So this is a simple fix. It keeps a lot of the requirements that our delegation agrees with. in line. It just opens it up from the 105 so we can have fairness across the board within this particular industry. Are there any questions?
We'll just go through all the bills, Delegate Chairman Charles.
Okay.
Yeah.
HB 359. This is the Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverages Transfer Class A Beer, Wine, and Liquor License. This is for the purpose of authorizing the Board of License Commissioners for Prince George's County, notwithstanding a certain prohibition on the transfer of a license within an off-sale privilege, to approve the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license to a premises located in certain alcoholic beverage districts if there is no Class A beer, wine, and liquor license operating within a certain distance of that premises. This here, my colleagues, is due to the over proliferation of liquor stores within certain areas in Prince George's County. There are no new licenses being offered within the county, and we don't want that when it comes to the liquor stores. What we want to do as a delegation is allow for these licensees to be able to move over district lines so that when we have new communities being developed, folks can then take their license and request for it to be transferred into another legislative district without breaking any laws. So this helps to curb a lot of the blight and the over-proliferation of stores within certain communities in Prince George's County. And I hope that you guys will work with us and pass this bill. The next bill is House Bill 1050, Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverage License Limits. And this is for the purpose of increasing the maximum number of Class B beer, wine, and liquor licenses that the Board of License and Commissioners for Prince George's County may issue, and generally relating to alcoholic beverages license in Prince George's County. What this bill does, it's a focus for us to increase the amount of licenses available so that we can have more restaurants come to Prince George's County. There's a cap on the amount of licenses out there, so this allows for more licenses to be available so that we can truly participate in economic inclusion for new restaurants coming into Prince George's County. And finally, House Bill 356. This is the Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverage License for grocery stores. There's been a lot of conversation amongst all of you guys already within this committee in terms of allowing for Class A beer and light wine license for grocery stores. There's been amendments that were submitted for this bill, and you should all have those amendments. And if you don't, please let me know, and we'll make sure that the committee has the amendments to move forward. This is a very controversial bill, but a bill that we believe in Prince George's County will make a true difference in terms of helping to alleviate the food deserts that we deal with within Prince George's County. This focuses on only grocery stores that offers major food departments, including produce, meat, seafood, dairy, and canned and packaged goods, has more than 50% of its total sales derived from food sales, has more than 50% of its total floor space dedicated to food sales, and is located within Legislative District 24 or Legislative District 47. And it's been certified by the County Council as a healthy food priority area, and is also located in the 25th Legislative District within 1 mile of the Arena Drive and Lotsford Road area and Central Avenue and Hampton Park Boulevard area. All of the other requirements for getting the license, $750, that's the cost for submitting the application. And that is it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Charles. Members, I just want to, if you're looking at your agenda, Chairman Charles just presented 4 bills, 356, 357, 359, and 1050. If you have any questions on 357, 359, and 1050, we will take them here. House Bill 356, I am going to hold to be heard along with statewide bills, House Bill 858 and 506, which all cover the grocery store beer and wine issue. This is where we have the many, many witnesses who would like to have their voice heard. So with that, if you have questions on the 3 bills, except for House Bill 356, are there any questions? Seeing none and hearing none, that concludes the testimony on Prince George's delegation bills, except for 356, which will be heard with statewide bills. We will now move on to St. Mary's County with one bill. I believe it's Delegate Matt Morgan who will be presenting House Bill 474.
Madam Chair, I'm here on behalf of Delegate Morgan.
Vice Chair Crosby, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Brian Crosby here to present House Bill 474. The purpose of the bill is to correct a law that disallows a liquor license within 300 feet of a church. In 2004, the law was changed to allow Class B licenses within a 300-foot limit. For the past several years, the Liquor Board has inadvertently issued several other types of licenses, believing that they were covered under this law change. It was discovered recently by the Liquor Board that the 2004 language only encompassed Class B and not other classes of the licenses. Class A, packaged goods, Class AE, arts and entertainment, and Class C, clubs, Class D, tavern, on and off sales, and Class S, beauty salons. The AE and S licenses were just passed in recent years, as we all are aware. This bill was requested by the St. Mary's County Board of County Commissioners and is supported unanimously by the delegation, and we request a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Crosby. You have written testimony in favor of House Bill 474. Are there any questions for Delegate Crosby? Seeing none, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 474 and St. Mary's County delegation. We are now done with the local legislation, and we will move on to the House statewide bills, beginning with, in the order of House Bill 854, 324, 1253, 550, and 924, and then we'll follow with the last three big bills of the day, the beer and wine and grocery stores. Delegate Wilkins, this bill will be heard jointly with Ways and Means. I'm not sure who the members are representing from Ways and Means. If you'd like to open up your mic and say who you are, we will be hearing House Bill 854 by Delegate Wilkins. Delegate Wilkins, are you here? Is anybody here to present for House Bill 854? We will come back to House Bill 854. We will move on to House Bill 324. Delegate Daryl Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Daryl Barnes from the Prince George's County. Listen, you guys have heard this bill 2 years in a row, and it has passed out of this committee favorable each time. I do believe that the problem has been over in the Senate. The bill has been reassigned, so I am looking for a favorable to come out of the Senate. But House Bill 324 requires the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs to conduct a study concerning the alcohol beverage industry in the state. The legislation will serve as a basis in determining and reporting the disparities of the industry, which since the end of Prohibition in 1933 has been dominated by a small group of companies. The results of the study will expand opportunities for minority distributors in the state of Maryland to distribute to regulated venues that are engaged in the purchase of alcohol beverage. The structure of the alcohol beverage industry has systemically impeded progress for minorities seeking to operate a successful business in the marketplace. The industry generates over $600 million in revenue in 2018 and 2019. As chairman of the Maryland Legislative Black Caucus, our focus is to even the playing field for minority businesses. This will improve and enhance the economic success of not only the minority business others, but for all businesses here in the state. And for these reasons, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 324.
Thank you, Delegate Barnes. We have two witnesses in favor, Mr. Kevin Addix and Gerald Boyd. Mr. Addix.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Addix, representing the brewers, wineries, and distilleries in the state. We are very supportive of this legislation, as we have been in the past, so much so that in a bill that you'll hear shortly, you'll find that we have listed as a priority for something we'd like to address in the state under a manufacturers commission at the state level, minority participation in the industry. So we urge your support on this bill, and just know that our industry is strongly behind it.
Thank you. Mr. Boyd?
Yes, I'm strongly in favor of the bill, as being the only African-American owned wholesale liquor distributor in the state, and having experienced some of the situations that Delegate Barnes has already articulated. So I'm totally in favor of passing House Bill 324.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. We also have, members, you also have favorable testimony, written testimony by the MSLBA, by Manis Kennedy and Associates. Mr. Douglas, I assume it's written. It says none here, but in support. Are there any questions for Delegate Barnes? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much, Delegate Barnes. Thank you, members. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 324. We will now go back to House Bill 854. Delegate Wilkins has joined us, and I assume the members representing Ways and Means as well. Delegate Wilkins.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and greetings to everyone on the committee. Again, for the record, I am State Delegate Janelle Wilkins. I'm pleased to present HB 854, which is a bill to boost our Maryland winery, breweries, and distillery industries. HB 854 makes critical changes to align these three industries and ensure that we're using the existing funds to promote our Maryland wineries, breweries, and distilleries. As you know, Maryland currently has a wine and grape fund that seeks to promote the production and consumption of Maryland wine and increase growth. HB 854 expands the Maryland Wine and Grape Fund to include Maryland's breweries and distilleries as well. By creating and expanding the fund to be the Maryland Alcohol Manufacturing Promotion Fund, it also shifts the commission and the fund over to the Department of Commerce to administer the fund, given their extensive expertise in tourism, marketing, and overall focus on promoting the growth of Maryland businesses and industries. By combining the existing funding to support and boost these three industries, we can best promote Maryland's alcohol industries and help the local economic development, tourism agencies, nonprofit organizations, and spotlight the very best of an industry that now consists of 253 breweries, distilleries, and wineries throughout Maryland. I want to note that this bill combines existing funds from taxes for these industries. It doesn't increase or change the funding in any other way. And this new expanded fund will support the essential role that these industries play in agriculture through research of crops that are used in Maryland to produce alcohol. The bill also makes clear that the fund can be used to support the endeavors to expand minority ownership in these industries as well. This bill has the full support of all three industries who you will hear from today. And I've shared some minor amendments with the committee that just add the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission to the advisory commission in the bill, and also just a technical clarification about eligibility to apply to the fund. Again, this bill is a really critical one to ensure that we're supporting these three industries and helping them to be able to thrive. And I urge a favorable report on HB 854.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
I told you this will be the end of me, this button. Okay, we will proceed with the favorable. We will take questions after the favorable panelists. We will proceed with Brad Rifkin, Brett Snyder, Brian Tracy, Kimberly Johnson. We'll start from there.
Great. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries here today in support of the bill. And I want to thank Delegate Wilkins for her leadership over the interim to find ways to promote the industry. And this is a perfect bill for that at the right time, with our neighboring jurisdictions of Virginia and Pennsylvania committing significant funds to their in-state industries over the years, as well as a little further up north in New York. This bill is pretty simple. Frankly, I know there's a lot of bold type font on the bill and a 10-page bill, but it's taking the existing Governor's Commission on Wine and Grape Growing and the Wine and Grape Promotion Fund, which I believe date back to 2005, and they're housed in the agriculture article, and they're moving it over to the economic development article to move it to the Department of Commerce. We've had great conversations with about administering this. I believe that this is, again, the right time to do something like this. The funding, as Delegate Wilkins talked about, the funding comes from the excise tax on Maryland produced alcohol. The way the Wine and Grape Promotion Fund works today is Maryland produced wine that is sold in the state rolls into the Wine and Grape Fund, and it's used to promote the industry. The eligible applicants, as Delegate Wilkins talked about, are nonprofits and government units who would apply to the commission under eligible uses, I believe on page 7 of the bill. And as Delegate Wilkins talked about, after a meeting with Delegate Barnes, this interim, we agreed that it's time to have a more focused endeavor when it comes to promoting minority ownership and participation in the industry, which is why that is an eligible use that is stipulated in the bill. So, for those reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Snyder.
Yeah, my name is Brett Snyder. I'm with Wardoca Brewing Company. I'm one of the co-founders. We're a farm brewery located in Montgomery County, and we had opened in December of 2015. So we're on our 7th year, which we're very happy about and very proud of. I'd like to thank Delegate Wilkins for being the sponsor of this bill. And all we ask is, we're very excited about this bill. I mean, I think one of the highlights since we opened was the Visit Montgomery County has done a lot of promotional stuff. The first time our picture of our brewery appeared in a Southwest Airlines promotional material that was flying all over the country, and we had friends from various parts of the country tell us that they saw a picture of our brewery on an airplane was a highlight. So we definitely would thank you all for your support in passing the promotional fund for the brewers, wineries, and distilleries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brian Tracy.
Yes, my name is Brian Tracy. I'm one of the co-founders and president of Sagamore Spirit. I'd like to thank everybody for your time today. We too, as also a representative of also the Maryland Distillers Guild, the president of the Distillers Guild, feel that this is very beneficial to the entire industry as a whole across the wineries, breweries, and distilleries. And is very beneficial for us to stay competitive with our neighbors, as this is a great opportunity for tourism, job creation, and so forth, if we can continue to promote this wonderful industry. As we also continue to see a rising need and tide for local agriculture as well. So we can see a lot of different ways that this can be very beneficial, and we are very much in support of this moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. And the last 2 witnesses will be Kimberly Johnson and Kevin Addix. Ms. Johnson.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Johnson, president of the Maryland Wine Association and co-owner of Philosophy Winery, first African American and women-owned winery in the state of Maryland. I'd like to say that the Wine, Grape, and Promotion Fund is very valuable, and we see no reason why not to expand that to the rest of the industry, the alcohol and beverage industry in Maryland, the breweries, the spirits industry as well, and then we have the winery. So we thank you for this consideration.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your winery.
Thank you.
Mr. Addix.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Addix with Grow and Fortify, representing wineries, breweries, distilleries. In support of HB 550, I wanted to thank Delegate Wilkins for putting in this bill, very important for the industry, and excuse me, House Bill 854, that is. And what's, just to reiterate very briefly, what's great about what happened with the Wine Commission and what we hope will happen with the Maryland Alcohol Commission that includes breweries and distilleries as well, is under the Wine Commission, we saw quality take off. We saw production take off. We saw new varieties of grapes being researched and recommended to wineries. We saw an increase in diversity in the industry. And of course, we saw promotion. And that's the real benefit of this legislation, is to bring in tourism dollars from out of state, but also to keep reminding in-state producers that this state produces wonderful products. And when you buy products from a local producer, whether that's from the producer itself or from a retailer through a wholesaler, all of that money, all of those tax dollars, all of those jobs are staying here in Maryland. So just to reiterate what the bill does, it encourages new research into practices within the industry, education of industry members, promotion of the industry, and then a real focus on bringing more diverse ownership into this state's industry. So with that, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Addicks. Members, there's also favorable written testimony in your packages by the Maryland Tourism Coalition and the City of Salisbury. We have 2 questions. I'll start with Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. I believe that Mr. Rifkin tried to answer one of my first questions with the costs being negligible. Can you explain that to me again?
So cost is negligible. We're by expanding the fund from today's wine and grape fund is funded by the Maryland produced wine that's sold in the state. I think it's close to about $200,000 a year from the excise tax generated that goes back into the fund. By incorporating breweries and incorporating distilleries in the excise tax from those businesses here in Maryland that then sell product here in Maryland, we believe the number is going to be close to $1 million. I looked at the fiscal note, which made a lot of assumptions, including an assumption that because there's 1% of all wine sold in the state, approximately 1% of all wine sold in the state is Maryland wine. They then deduced that about 1% of all spirits, for instance, sold in the state would be Maryland spirits, and we don't think that that's anywhere close to the real number. So, they put, I think, like a $1.7 million tag on it. We believe that number's closer to about 1 million.
Okay, and this is going by the numbers here. It's saying you're only going to have one person operating this thing here too.
Well, we've had conversations with the Department of Commerce about that. We left out of the bill, I believe, in the current law today, there's a 2% administration fee that the Department of Agriculture can collect to administer the fund. We left that out. So if Commerce wants to take more from the or to administer it, we would be fine with that. But in our conversations thus far with the Department of Commerce, specifically, we've made headway, and I think that there's, I know they're not taking a support position, but I think they're supportive.
All right, and this one may be for the sponsor. So just looking at the fiscal note and just reading the line where it says that the Secretary of Commerce may award grants from the MAMPF fund to nonprofit organizations and state or local governments promoting state breweries, distilleries, and wineries. Who do we anticipate is going to receive these monies? I haven't heard of groups like that, who's going to give this money? Are we giving, with your vision for this, who are they awarding these grants to? Give me an example.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's a really great question. So the existing fund actually has awarded a number of grants to help promote the Maryland wineries. And so they've done things like, for example, doing different tastings and winery trails and providing those grants to various nonprofit organizations and industries to be able to do some of the promotion. And so for other specific examples, I'll ask if it's okay, Mr. Vice Chair, Kevin Addicks to weigh in as well around other uses that have been utilized for it.
Mr. Addicks?
Thank you very much, Delegate. So for the example of the Maryland Wine and Grape Promotion Fund, those funds have gone to nonprofit organizations that represent segments of the industry, either growers or wineries, to help with education or promotion. The University of Maryland.
Slow down. So I'm trying to read between the lines. Those funds go to people that are already in the wine business, it seems like.
So they actually go to folks who represent the interests of those wine regions. For example, a local tourism board could receive the money. The State Licensed Beverage Association could apply for a grant. So they're competitive grants. It's not as though this is an allocation that goes out. It's a competitive grant, and that members of the commission vote on it to determine which projects, specific projects, are most viable and which organizations, frankly, are most viable. So University of Maryland currently is working on programs to promote certain grape varieties, new grape varieties that they've been researching, or hops. A brand new hop has been found. And so there's a lot of research that needs to be had on that. So the way the bill is drafted, a local tourism board. So if Prince George's County, Visit Prince George's wanted to promote their wine trail or their beer trail, if the university wanted to apply for a research program for that new hop or new grains for distilling, that's kind of how it's worked under the Wineries Commission, and that's how we envision it working here. So the mechanics of it have not changed. It's still a competitive grant, which folks must apply for. And then the commission meets, I think currently they meet 2 times a year. And I think that's contemplated the same in this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Branch.
Yeah, right along the lines of Delegate Walker. So none of the wineries are supported by this funding that is collected here?
No, this is an industry-wide effort. And again, it's only in the bill.
Well, how does it, I'm trying to see how it really helps if you're not using it to support some of the wineries that are here. You said more business, more. I'm trying to figure out how that happens.
It's a focus on tourism and marketing. And Maryland, by passing a bill like this, Maryland comes in line with states like Virginia and Pennsylvania, which recently, I think Pennsylvania has about $1 million annual fund, and then just recently a supplemental grant of about $2 million that the governor announced. And it's used to generate more interest in the industry as a whole. And as Kevin talked about, creating trails locally, a local beer trail in Frederick County, or a local distillery trail, you call it a trail in Baltimore City. But it's finding ways that we can continue to uplift the industry. And the dollars don't go directly to the individual licensees. This really is about finding a more holistic approach to supporting the industry.
In the area of administrative costs and so on, who all does that? How does that filter out? I mean, I know it's administrative costs. Does that go beyond just that in the administration that they could use the funding for?
Kevin, do you want to take that on how it works today?
Sure. The way it works today, there's a staffer in the Department of Agriculture who manages the commission and convenes the commission twice annually. And so they are within the Department of Agriculture technically administering the program and the commission and the funds. And so twice a year currently, there are essentially RFPs that go out. The commission sets priorities based on their kind of founding documents. And in the case of this fund, it would be research, education, promotion, and diversity. And then organizations and or agencies could apply with specific programs in mind, and they would need to show, their metrics. What results do they feel their program, if funded, would bring? Results in terms of additional tax revenue, results with respect to additional heads and beds for tourism, results for the growth of an industry if you institute a certain program or develop a new cooperative program to lease or share equipment. So it's not at the specific how to sell wine or how to grow grapes level. It's more about developing programs and promotions to support the industry. And I'll point to something that Virginia did. They put over $1.5 million in a specific promotion to create a Virginia is for Wine Lovers campaign. We've all seen their Virginia is for Lovers campaign. And that campaign ran on TV and radio and the internet across a number of demographics. But I saw it when I was at a conference in Chicago. So, they have done a great job, and were able to then 2 years later say that when they ran that campaign, sure enough, visitation increased, tax revenue to the state increased, and it was well worth their promotion.
Pretty good amount of money. So no efforts for government affairs or lobbying or none of that.
No,
Is this money?
It's consistent with the wine and grape promotion fund, which exists today. So again, the only real extension of eligible uses is the promotion of minority ownership and participation in the industry.
Last question, what controls do we have as a state, since it's our money from the excise taxes, what kind of controls or oversight do we have knowing that this is being allocated properly?
Well, go ahead, Kevin. Yeah.
Well, I would just point to the fact that the House of Delegates Speaker and the President of the Senate each get to appoint a member from their different chamber to sit on it. And there's also a mandated report annually to the governor. And, that's accessible. And the meetings are open to the public. So I know other members of the industry who I see as witnesses on other bills have tuned in the past, have come in and sat in these meetings just to make sure that they are, that the money's going where it should.
Yeah.
And there's a member of the Secretary of Commerce. There's a member of the Department of Agriculture. There's a member in the amendment that Delegate Wilkins spoke to of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. So it's very visible in that regard. And to Kevin's point, there's an annual report that's generated too as well.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate Ahrens.
Just real quick, so has the Winery Association gotten a grant on this, through this?
And Delegate, I can take that. In the past, the Wineries Association has received grants for very specific projects within very specific boundaries. So I can give a couple of examples or talk to you offline about it.
You can talk to me offline. It just doesn't sounds like that it kind of sounds like it's defeating the purpose. If it's meant for something and it's going somewhere else, I think that needs to be defined a little bit better, maybe. It doesn't make sense to me, that's all.
Well, I will say just briefly that this is in line with how other states do it, where they have organizations and entities apply. And of course, the Wineries Association does not sit on the commission, nor would the brewers or the distillers or state licensed beverage or anybody else. But as long as they qualify as an organization, or if it's the university, they can apply as well. And again, it's for very specific programs. So the Wineries Association has, in years past, created new events, new wine trails. For example, the Chesapeake Wine Trail on the Eastern Shore was funded entirely by this grant program.
Okay. All right. Well, I deal with this up in Cecil County and somewhat. We have somebody up there looking at this. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Walker.
I just started thinking about it, going back to my Ways and Means days with Delegate Wilkins. So how much don't we give the wine industry? Don't they get a tax credit right now?
That actually that went away last year. So there is no wine tax credit. And that credit went directly to specific wineries. Again, this is really I really want to emphasize to the committee, this is really about promoting the growth of the industry. This isn't about lobbying government affairs. This is about promoting it through videos and marketing and research.
Well, the big elephant in the room then, Brad, would be this. Like, I'll tell you, it wasn't attractive to me when you said, oh, money's going to tourism, because I know in Prince George's County, we spend a whole lot of money on tourism. And if we want to have more money go to tourism, we just put more money in the budget for tourism.
Well, I think at the end of the day, taking the existing fund that's been in place since 2005 and expanding it to the whole industry symbolically makes sense. And again, in line with other states that have done something very similar, they've seen significant beneficial impact to their economy and their small manufacturing industry that has grown significantly since they've done it.
I mean, Virginia, Virginia spent a lot of money on theirs and, on their industry. I mean, they've got, I remember we really don't compete. We're like probably 25% of the size of what they got down there, land included. So I'm always thinking about I fill my committee in on this, and I'm gonna stop asking questions. My buddy Delegate Frick told me the worst joke ever in this committee on this subject. How do you make a small fortune in the wine industry? You start with a large one. I talked to you.
Thank you, Delegate Walker. Delegate Branch, is your hand just still up there? Or
I just have one question, Madam Chairman. Could you guys tell me who has already received these funds? What entities?
Kevin, you can, I'm sure, dig that up from the commission.
Sure, I can give you some examples. You mentioned the Wineries Association before. They have received funds. Very often they receive funds that then go to fund specific projects through the University of Maryland. So the University of Maryland has been a large beneficiary. The Grape Growers Association received a number of grants over the years. One of the larger ones was to provide matching funds to try to get more grapes in the ground in some of the regions where we have major deficits. And that was a three-way grant in combination with a local jurisdiction. Local tourism groups have also received funding, as I mentioned, for specific wine trails. And again, we're talking retro about wine specific, whereas this bill is looking forward to both beer and spirits. But it's all been about educational series, bringing in speakers from France to talk about soil health and things that we can be doing that we may not have thought of in Maryland. And so it's bringing in expertise where the industry is just not able to afford these plans or programs on their own.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, members. I see there's no other questions, raised hands. Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you, Delegate Wilkins and members of the Ways and Means Committee. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 854. We will now move on to the Chairman's Bill, House Bill 1253. Is the Chairman here to present, or will it be the Vice Chair, or will it be Mr. Thomas Akris, the Director at the Alcohol Tobacco Commission?
Actually, it's going to be a fourth choice. This is Jeff Kelly, the Executive Director.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Madam Chair. Oh, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. Madam Chair, Jeff Kelly, for the record, the Executive Director of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, and pleased to support this bill. Many thanks to Chairman Wilson for carrying this, and really for Mr. Bob Smith, who also carried the heavy water of pushing this through and did an awful lot of work on it. Back in 2019, as you know, the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission was created by House Bill 1052, and previously the regulatory function fell within the Office of the Comptroller. And I know you can imagine the decades that those industries fell within the purview of the Comptroller created a lot of legislation where the Comptroller is listed as a regulator. It's riddled throughout our code. Knowing this in advance, the General Assembly placed a couple of uncodified sections at the end of House Bill 1052 that made it very clear, it was your intent, that anywhere it said Comptroller is the regulator, Comptroller will, should mean Office of the Executive Director, or should mean the ATC Commission. And that work's been going on, and this is a continuation of migrating those responsibilities from the Comptroller to the ATC. So it does a couple of things. One is, in very many areas of the law, it simply replaces the term or the name of the Comptroller with the phrase of Office of the Executive Director or the ATC or Commission. That's the first thing it does. It does it in many different areas. And the second thing it does is it very expressly states the authority of the Executive Director to enter into MOUs with other organizations. I always had that before as the Director of Field Enforcement. I believe we still have it as well. But since it specifically mentions the Commission may enter, we thought it prudent to also say the Executive Director may enter into these MOUs as well. And just to make sure that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, we sent all of the relevant portions of this concerning the Master Settlement Agreement to the Attorney General's office, and specifically the Tobacco Enforcement Unit. They gave it to twice and three times over. They suggested some language changes and made some comments, all of which were incorporated in this so that it meets their muster as well to continue the diligent enforcement of the Master Settlement Agreement. So all of that to say, it's a continuation of the migration to the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1253. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Jeff is the Executive Director at the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. So I assume, and from what you said, you are speaking on behalf of the Director, Thomas Akris, as well, correct?
I think Tom was just going to kind of concur. I'm hopefully just explaining the bill, urging support, and explaining the bill for the chair. And then I think Tom was pretty much just going to echo what my comments were.
Okay, I just didn't want to not acknowledge him. He's listed here as giving oral testimony. So having said that, are there questions from the members for Executive Director Kelly? Seeing none, hearing none, thank you so much, Jeff, for being with us, presenting the bill on behalf of the chairman. Thank you. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 1253. We will now move on to House Bill 550. Delegate Watson, I'm sure you are excited. I am taking orders from Delegate Watson here. She is here to present House Bill 550.
You are doing a great job, Delegate Valderrama, in
Thank you.
chairing this meeting and keeping it moving. Welcome, hello, everyone. I am presenting House Bill 550, and this is a straightforward but necessary bill given how fast things have changed during the pandemic. The bill extends the sunset 6 months from House Bill 1232 that Delegate Brooks spearheaded last session to allow our breweries and wineries and distilleries to deliver their product with employees via direct shipment. The bill changes the sunset on those privileges from December 31st of 2022 until June 30th of 2023. We authorized the right for those 250 businesses across the state to deliver and ship their product last session until December 31st of this year. During the course of those negotiations, the advocates and some members on this committee noted that the sunset should have been consistent with the June 2023 sunset we granted our restaurants for similar delivery privileges. At the time, the advocates also based their objection to a December sunset on the unpredictable nature of the pandemic, coupled with the significant harm that could result from cutting off those privileges in the middle of the winter months. House Bill 550 is an appropriate measure to give these small manufacturing businesses predictability. Extending the sunset 6 months, just 6 months, will allow the General Assembly to review the sunset in January of 2024, while allowing the businesses to continue the right of delivery during another possible COVID variant flare-up in the fall, winter of 2023. I look forward to our discussions and request a favorable report. And now I turn things over to Brad Rifkin, who represents all three of the associations in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Watson. Yes, so we will follow with Brad Rifkin, Jamie Winden, and Brian Tracy, and Kevin Addix. Brad?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's brewers, distillers, and wineries here in the state of Maryland in support of the bill. And I want to thank Delegate Watson for putting it in, and certainly thank Delegate Brooks for his stewardship last year to pass legislation to give these manufacturers some stability in a time of crisis. The privileges set forth in the bill last year dealing with delivery using your own employees, which I want to emphasize, direct shipping using a common carrier, and other off-premise privileges have been vital during the pandemic for these businesses. And at the time, as Delegate Watson pointed out, we did maintain that we really should be consistent if we were going to sunset the bill with what the restaurants received in their bill, which was a June 30th of 23 sunset. Things happened during session. We understand it. It was very chaotic session, our first virtual session. So it was hard to have all those conversations, but needless to say, the December 31st sunset in our bill is concerning because as we saw during the fall of last year with the rise of the Omicron variant, the pandemic is just unpredictable in nature. And the idea that in the winter, when these businesses are frankly struggling the most with on-premise sales, even in a non-pandemic year, whatever that was like, is just, it's a reality that we need to make sure that these businesses, should something happen, have these privileges in place. And that way in the 2023 General Assembly, we can again revisit the conversation with at least the backstop of them being there. Certainly, we'll determine the variable of the pandemic and whether consumer expectations have shifted permanently in the 23 General Assembly. But for those reasons, we would respectfully request a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Jamie Winden from Lion Rum.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jamie Winden, and I am the president and founder of Lion Rum here in St. Michael's, and also proudly representing the Maryland Distillers Guild. I truly appreciate this committee's continued focus and attention on assisting Maryland small businesses, and am incredibly thankful for the support from Delegate Watson and Brooks. In response to this new economy, myself and my fellow Maryland distilleries have invested in these new off-premise sales channels to really do business in an entirely new way. At Lion, we launched an online store, purchased a transport van, and we've been fulfilling home deliveries to the fullest extent possible. For the past 2 years now, we've safely and responsibly maintained our direct sales channels to Maryland consumers via this business-saving legislation. We're incredibly grateful for this ability, and we have demonstrated our commitment to both responsible commerce and employee retention, which has been crucial in the last 2 years, and we believe will be for the rest of this year. So today we're simply asking that you allow us to continue with some sense of certainty and recoup the investments we've made by extending the termination date of these privileges by 6 months. Please help continue to protect Maryland employees and assist Maryland employers as these business challenges continue to arise. These additional sales channels have proven to not only be a reliable revenue stream, but quite frankly, at times, a lifeline for us. So for all these reasons and many more, the Maryland Distillers and myself ask for a favorable report on House Bill 550. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Brian Tracy.
Sorry about that. My mouse is a little slow. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for your time today. And I'd also like to thank Delegate Watson and Brooks for your support as well. On behalf of Sagamore Spirit, my name is Brian Tracy, President and co-founder, and also on behalf of the Maryland Distillers Guild, as the President of the Maryland Distillers Guild, we too would like to see the ability to continue to ship to consumers extended. It's become an incredibly important part of our business over the last 18 months or so, especially in the fourth quarter of last year, when basically our entire visitor center and so forth was completely shut down during what we hoped would be one of the busiest times of the year. That channel allow us to continue to bring in some revenue and keep people employed. We've invested a tremendous amount into our ability to ship within state. We've had no issues. We've been doing it through a third-party carrier of UPS, and we'd like to continue to do that and have that extended. The investment we made into our website and into people helping with us in shipping and receiving, we'd like to go ahead and continue to be able to lean on that and keep those people employed. And so we'd like to see this extended as well. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Kevin Addix.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Kevin Addix, representing the wineries, breweries, and distilleries. Those who came before me said it best, and all I will say is we urge your support of this bill so as not to leave our manufacturers hanging in December, potentially with the same conditions we've seen the last 2 years. It's frightened our members where they've had to redistribute their business model and try new things and invest in those new things. And the idea of it, stopping harshly in December is quite disturbing. So we urge your consideration of this bill, and thank you for your time. And thank you to the sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Addix. Members, there are also written testimony in favor from the Maryland Tourism Coalition and the City of Salisbury. Before we move on to the unfavorable panels, we will take questions. Delegate Branch.
Yeah, just in the defense of the committee, we certainly looked at both of those bills last year. And basically, we just wanted to see where we are this current year after a short period because of the pandemic. So we knew exactly what we were doing when we looked at what we had done for the Delegate Watson's bill that dealt with food delivery, alcohol delivery. We kind of knew exactly what we were doing, but that's all we really want to do. And we want to help that industry continue to grow as it has, your industry, that is, Kevin. And we want to be fair, but at the same time, we do want to see where we are as it relates to the pandemic. And that's basically what why we put that time in place so we could get a better look at it. So in defense of what the committee actions were, I still stand by it, and I look forward to working with you throughout on what we may do with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Branch. Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Mr. Brett Rifkin. Thanks for your testimony. Do you have an idea what on-premise sales were like last year?
Good question, Delegate. I was going through the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission's joint report with the comptroller that they put out for FY21. And there's a chart that deals with on-premise consumption from FY 2017 through FY 21. There's what I thought was an anomaly on it, because I see that in FY 20, for instance, there were 41,000 gallons of beer sold on premise by Maryland breweries, for instance. And then I looked at FY 21 and the number was 728,000 gallons, it's all based on gallons, which didn't really make sense to have almost a 12-fold increase in one fiscal year, particularly during the pandemic. So I actually was trying to figure it out. And what I think happened is they didn't convert, it was an accidental oversight is my guess. They didn't convert the barrels to gallons. And what I believe the right number is in terms of gallonage sales this year is significantly lower than where we were in FY 20, significantly lower. And compared to FY 2019, I think it's almost half in terms of on-premise sales. So I would let the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission kind of look at those numbers and see if they can rectify it. But I think what you'll see is compared to FY 2019 to FY 2021 is almost a decrease in half of on-premise sales. I will note that there is an increase in total production in the state of Maryland when it comes to beer. And I would associate that with the Guinness Brewery, which produces, to their credit, they produce all the all the Guinness Blonde in the state. And their production, which it looks like it's fully online in FY 21 in the chart, is almost 5.5 million gallons of beer, which accounts for literally the increase in the production from FY 20 to FY 21. So with the decrease in on-premise sales, I think it's really important that we continue to help the small guy, the small woman, and business, and keep them afloat as we figure out more over the coming months and year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Branch, you still have a question?
I'm sorry, no, let me lower my hand. I apologize.
No worries. Are there any other questions from the members for the favorable panel? Seeing none, hearing none, we will now move on to the unfavorable, and we will proceed with Steve Wise, Jack Milani, and Nick Manis.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama. Steve Wise with the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. I know that this bill is in the very recent memory of the committee, so I don't think we have to rehash it. And granted, 6 months is a limited period of time that's being asked for here, but I do think it's important to remind everybody what our concern here is. And that is with direct shipment of alcohol, specifically beer. And the fact that our members who own brick and mortar stores, when they open on any day, may have a police cadet or a trooper or some form of law enforcement come through and attempt an underage purchase. That's something that we face every day. On the other hand, the manufacturers, when they direct ship, they hire UPS or FedEx, which is supposed to seek an ID when they drop a package at a door if it's labeled as having alcohol. The difference is I know of no enforcement that occurs at that doorstep like we face every day when our stores open. And if and until the state provides the resources necessary to do that, it's an unbalanced playing field. We face every day the loss of our license for selling to a minor. Yet we turn a third party loose to deliver alcohol to somebody's home, and there is nowhere near the level of enforcement that we face. So that was our issue last year. That'll be our issue when they come back and ask to make this permanent, because I promise you that's coming. And it will forever be our issue until the state can make that a level playing field. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milani?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jack Milani, MSLBA. A couple things just to bring up, and I want to make sure there's no confusion. when we talked about the restaurants getting a longer period of time, remember they are retailers. So I don't think it's fair to compare what you give a retailer privilege to retail opposed to what you give a manufacturer privilege to retail. In fact, the truth be known, they have more privilege to retail than our membership. They can go anywhere in the state with it. We can't. We're within where we're licensed. So I think that everyone wants to try to help out during the pandemic, but I do think it's disheartening when some of our membership was unable to get certain products from the smaller breweries, yet their customers could get it direct because they told us. And that was kind of disheartening where we're supposed to be the retailers. So just to kind of echo what Mr. Wise said, they talk about equipment and investments. We all do that, but are going to come back to you next year and talk about their investments and want to do this on a permanent basis. Been doing this for going on 32 years. I remember when all they wanted to do was give samples, and I don't blame them. They're gonna take whatever you will give them as a legislature. And I would just try to ask that you remember there is a retail sector and a manufacturing sector. And I think at some point in time, we have to kind of draw the line as to where they start and stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malani. Mr. Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. We have great relationship with our Maryland brewers. We distribute a lot of their products and we want to see them be successful. But as you know, you passed the Beer Modernization Act back in 2019. Direct shipment was an issue that never came up. They never discussed that was one of the things they needed. As Mr. Malani said, and even Ms. Lyons from the distillery, everybody makes investments. The beer wholesalers make investments based on the current market and where they see it might be going. To extend this legislation based on investments that were made, knowing that this legislation was temporary, just seems to point to the fact that they want to make it permanent. And we have a big concern on making direct to consumer using third-party shippers for beer is a great concern. And because you have to treat in-state and out-of-state the same, that will open it up for other breweries out of state to ship direct to consumer that would normally have to go through your Maryland small business distributors that have been here for generations. So we know that everyone faces hard times. And if this bill is extended, as the legislature knows, you looked at this issue, even though we had hearings that were virtual, you took a lot of time to look at this issue last year. And we would just strongly encourage you that when this issue does come back next year, if you pass this bill, to make sure you remember these conversations and don't make this permanent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manis. Are there any questions for these panelists? Delegate Branch.
I know you're about tired of me, Madam Chairman.
No,
I have one other question. The sunset, this also affects a rewrite of the offset permit system. Can anybody answer that?
I'm sorry, the offsite permit, I'm not.
Yeah, offsite permit, I'm sorry. Does it affect the rewrite of that?
I'm not sure, Delegate Branch.
Put my glasses on, yeah. Who can answer that?
So
Steve?
Kevin or I would be happy to answer it if you'd like.
Somebody answer.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So,
yeah.
Brad, you can take it, but yes, the answer is yes.
The answer is that it would extend those privileges that were also set forth in the bill last year, and just those privileges about the offsite permitting. That was language actually 2 sessions ago that we agreed to with the Maryland wholesalers and MSLBA. That was a bill in the Senate that crossed over from the Senate to the House, but because of COVID-19, we didn't receive a hearing. So that most of that language was already agreed to, and we rolled it into this bill last year that Delegate Brooks put in. We were suggesting to the committee to make those things permanent, but again, I understand that everything last year moved quickly and we sunset the entire bill.
Last year's bill was also a cleanup bill, correct?
Yes, there were.
With a number of other things in there that wasn't a part of the cleanup that we also agreed with. So that was one of the reasons I mentioned the bill was so much different than that of Delegate Watson's bill that dealt with alcohol delivery. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for these panelists? Seeing none, hearing none, that concludes the testimony on Delegate Watson's bill. The next bill, while labeled under my name, I had put in as a request given the deadline of submission of legislation. So House Bill 924, if Mr. Addicks, if you would like to explain your bill to the members, that would be great.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Kevin Addicks with the wineries, breweries, and distilleries in the state, specifically in this bill, speaking on behalf of the wineries. Thank you to the chair for submitting this on the industry's behalf. A quick history lesson. In 2018, the Wineries Association urged this committee to help us self-regulate, and basically for our farm wineries, which are our class 4 licensed wineries, to put some requirements as to how much fruit, local fruit, needed to be in those bottles of Maryland labeled wine. And the number that we came up with was 51% Maryland grown ingredients or 20 acres of agricultural products used in the production of wine. So you could either buy grapes or grow your own grapes, or grow a lot of grapes and be kind of exempted from the requirement. That law went into effect immediately for new licensees and went into effect 4 years later, this coming May 31st, 2022, for wineries that were in existence prior. And what has happened in those 4 years, where we were hoping we would have another 300 acres of grapes installed in the ground, we not only had COVID, which forced our members to rededicate their expenditures elsewhere, and they were not able to put more grapes in the ground, but also we had a pest called the spotted lanternfly marching east and south from Pennsylvania, west and south from Pennsylvania. And one of the favorite foods of the spotted lanternfly are young grapevines. And so we were recommended to not install new vineyards in large scale until we had a better assessment of the spotted lanternfly. So essentially what this bill does is request the punting of this legislation, or of the implementation of this legislation, from May 22 to May 24. So it just gives us 2 more years to figure out the path to proceed. So with that, I urge your support. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Steve, I just want to give you deference here. It says favorable, but I just want to make sure it's correct. You have no testimony. You're just listed as favorable.
Correct. We just submitted a letter in support.
Okay, great. Are there any questions for Mr. Addicks? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Addicks. This concludes the testimony in House Bill 924. Members, we can now move on to the statewide bills, the rest of the statewide bills, I should say. The 3 big ones here. We will go in the order of House Bill 356, 858, and 506. Chairman Charles, are you presenting again for 356? Or just give a brief, recap, since it's been. Chairman Charles, I see your picture. Okay, we'll come back to 356. So what I would like to do to all the witnesses and the members here on the call, in the order that I've called the bills, I will be letting each presenter present, and then we will just we'll hear all 3 bills, and then we will just go through with the favorable and unfavorable, and we'll take questions in the very end. So because there's many folks testifying, if you could just recall what your question is, even though we're going through each bill at the same time, that would be appreciated. Delegate Charles, are you there? No. Okay. Delegate Boyce, here to present House Bill 858.
Thank you so much, Economic Matters Committee, Chair, Vice Chair. For the record, I am Regina T. Boyce presenting 858 alcohol beverages, Class A licenses, retail grocery establishment. HB 858 establishes a certain exception to the prohibition against issuing Class A or beer and wine licenses for the use in conjunction with or on premises of certain grocery establishments. I would like to say that this bill, one, requires that the square footage be 3,200 square feet or larger, requires that it be from 300 feet from a school, of course, or a church, and 100 feet from a residence. And that is if only a jurisdiction does not have a foot provision. Then also requires the establishment to accept SNAP benefits, and this establishment must accept 5 of 6 of the required categories of fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh and uncooked meats and poultry and seafood, dairy products, canned foods, frozen foods, and dry groceries and packaged goods. I would like to first go on record acknowledging that this has been certainly a complicated century-long debate. With that, I would just like to share some history and some background regarding, of course, 1933, when the 21st Amendment passed to abolish prohibition. Maryland, of course, established a 3-tier licensing system with clear separations between each tier. The goal of prohibition, of course, was to decrease how much people drank, and this system was set up to promote the temperance and prevent overconsumption, to ensure orderly market conditions, and to raise money through taxes. Before prohibition, large breweries invested heavily in bars. Bars were given significant discounts by breweries, allowing them to sell copious quantities of beer at extremely cheap prices, thus increasing consumption. The 3-tier system eliminated the brewery to bar approach and decreased the consumption. HB 858 would not change that 3-tier system. HB 858 would provide greater access for beer and wine while making it more convenient for customers to purchase. It would also increase exposure and sales of Maryland-made beer and wine, allowing local breweries and wineries to place their products in more stores. Note that this bill does not authorize retail grocery establishments to sell liquor. According to the Maryland Retailers Association, 47 states and DC allow grocery stores to sell beer, and 40 states and DC allow them to sell wine. Despite being the only state to pass enforcement acts during prohibition, current alcohol distribution in Maryland is guarded by the 1978 law that prohibits groceries and other stores from obtaining liquor licenses. Exempt from this prohibition law are establishments that held beer, wine, or liquor licenses prior to the establishment of the law. For example, there are 3 grocery stores in Montgomery County that sell beer and wine, and a few Rite Aid pharmacies in Baltimore City, one in the 43rd district that actually just closed down. Maryland is one of 3 states that does not allow grocery and convenience stores to sell beer and or wine. Marylanders are not opposed to buying beer and wine in their local liquor stores, but more than half of Marylanders have stated that they would appreciate the convenience of purchasing beer and or wine while shopping, while fueling up their vehicles or stopping in a convenience store. The convenience of one-stop shopping is available to 85% of Americans in the US. Again, understanding that this bill is complicated and controversial, I, along with supporters and advocates of this bill, believe that the subject matter warrants a discussion for the reassessment of the 1978 law. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Boyce. Delegate Chi to present House Bill 506.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. I didn't know it was my turn so quickly. Sorry about that. Okay.
No, it's okay.
After waiting all day, yeah. I'm surprised you actually caught on me.
If you weren't from your camera, I want to take all 3 grocery bills at the same time, hear from all the sponsors.
That's fair, makes
Great.
sense. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the ECM Committee. For the record, Delegate Lily Chi here to present HB 506. HB 506 simply gives voters of Maryland a chance to decide at this November election whether they want to be able to buy beer and wine in their local grocery stores, just like they can from online and from grocery stores in Virginia, for example. If approved by voters, a grocery store or supermarket could obtain a license to sell beer and wine only after, one, the legislature adopts a regulatory and a policy framework governing the issuance of beer and wine licenses in retail grocery stores, and two, prioritizes the issuance of licenses for grocery stores and supermarkets located in areas with a demonstrated lack of affordable, healthy food options. That's it. Whatever you might be hearing later about what this bill will or will not do is likely an interpretation way beyond the scope of this bill and its intent. As you recall, I had a bill last year to incentivize grocery stores to locate in food deserts by allowing them to sell beer and wine. I am glad to see and hear several bills along the same lines being introduced this year, including local delegations. While I believe still that it is important to prioritize the issuance of beer and wine licenses for grocery stores and supermarkets that open in areas with limited healthy food options, this year's bill, I want to emphasize, deliberately leaves out all these details which we included in last year's bill, such as what counts as fresh food, square footage of a supermarket or grocery store, where they should be located, the types of state versus local licensure requirements and the fees, et cetera, et cetera. These can all be worked out after the voters approve this referendum. The reasons for this bill are pretty straightforward. First of all, as Delegate Regina Boyce very eloquently put it in historical context, we all know that Maryland's liquor laws are outdated, confusing, and not consumer friendly. Most people just don't understand why they cannot buy beer and wine in most grocery stores, while some do carry them because they're grandfathered in or because they are the first in the chain to locate in our state. It seems illogical and arbitrary to them, and the counties enforce them in different ways. They are confused for a good reason because, as you just heard earlier, because 47 states and Washington, D.C. allow grocery stores to sell beer, and 40 states and D.C. allow them to sell wine. The state of Maryland has an excellent precedent in allowing voters to directly weigh in on important but controversial policy matters, such as sports betting that we just approved a couple of years ago, with a simple yes or no by the voters, which then allows the legislature to figure out the details, including minority business participation, for example. You will hear from the opposition some concerns, and I sincerely respect their voices. The concerns are mostly along two lines. One is this bill will kill independent liquor stores or disrupt them significantly. And two, it will bring more vice to the community. I just want to remind this committee that ECM over the years has approved a myriad of measures, including direct wine shipping from out-of-state wineries, taproom sales at farm breweries, growlers of draft beer to go, and direct liquor store delivery through apps like a Minibar and a Drizzly, and an international mega brewery with a mega tap room in Baltimore County. That's Guinness Brewery near the BWI airport that you also heard mentioned earlier. And remarkably, these liquor stores are still standing. In fact, the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission created by this very committee confirmed that there are 5,700 retail liquor licenses in the state today, and sales have only increased in recent years. In each of the above measures, the same fears and concerns were brought up, but this committee was able to balance your constituents' interests with the interests of the existing liquor stores. So I hope that through this simple and democratic approach, we can finally modernize Maryland's liquor laws to reflect today's marketplace and consumer behaviors, and leave ourselves ample room for flexibility to work out the details with sensitivity towards small businesses, and the local control. And at the same time, I hope we can unlock some economic opportunities and some social benefits, because with more competitive marketplace, we can usher in more grocery stores with healthy food options for our communities. So with that, I respectfully request that you let Katie Locklear of Maryland Retailers Association and Marshall Klein speak first for the favorable panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what I will be doing, Delegate Chi, is I will have every bill sponsor present their bills.
Oh, okay, sure.
And we'll take in every representative from their organization, whether favorable or unfavorable, will speak on all three bills. Otherwise, we're going to be here till midnight. So with that said, and I say that respectfully to everyone here, thank you for being with us this afternoon. Chairman Charles, if you could just give the recap again, because it has been a while since you presented on 356. Thank you.
Thank you there, Madam Chair. This bill, House Bill 356, Prince George's County alcoholic beverage licenses for grocery stores. It's a little different from the other bills that's being presented. This bill passed out of our delegation, and what it does is it allows for 3 licenses. You have a license that will be available in Legislative District 24, 47, and 25. And it will be located in what the Prince George's County Council considers a healthy food priority area. And so these particular bills, these licenses will be available for grocery stores that offer major food departments, including produce, meat, seafood, dairy, and canned and packaged goods, and has more than 50% of its total sales derived from food sales, and has more than 50% of its total space dedicated to food sales. So I think this is a pretty decent recap of the bill for everyone. It's a little different from some of the other liquor bills, as it only pertains to 3 locations within Prince George's County. And I'm hoping that we can get a favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we will start with the favorables. I would like to try and go back and forth, but I think I will just make myself insane if I do that. So no disrespect to those who are unfavorable on these bills. I'm just going to start with the favorables. And if those who are on this call can listen in order that you're being called, and if I repeat it, I apologize. I'm looking at many sheets of paper here with witnesses. So we will start again. Each person will speak on all 3 bills for the favorable. So this will be John Pica, Brianna Brown, Kirk McCauley, Mike O'Halloran, Riaz Ahmad. Let's start there. And then just for the members' sake, if you could just remind who you're with, in favor, etc. Mr. Pica? John Pica, are you here? All right.
I am now. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to testify in favor of 2 House bills, House Bill 506 and House Bill 858. I have no problem with the Prince George's County bill. I just think that's a local bill and up to the delegation. My name is John Pica. I represent Royal Farms Stores. It's a 4th generation Maryland-based company that operates 167 convenience stores. There are 2 options that you have. One is the bill introduced by Delegate Regina Boyce, which sets out criteria. That bill does not disrupt the 3-tier system, and neither would Delegate Chi's bill. So in the interest of time, I will just defer to the other witnesses and just say that Royal Farms strongly supports both pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Brown. Brianna Brown. All right, we will move on to Kirk McCauley.
Oh, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Kirk McCauley, and I represent WMDA. WMDA represents convenience stores across Maryland, and we're strongly in favor of HB 858. Nothing against the other bills, but that's what I've come to testify on. WMD represents convenience stores across Maryland. Their stores are part of the community and offer a wide range of food and non-alcoholic drinks. They also support community charitable fundraising events, sponsor youth sports while employing thousands of Marylanders. Our retailers would like to see a Class A beer and wine license extended to our facilities as well as grocery stores. We are in the communities now, and consumers and retailers would benefit. A good many of our counties offer this convenience now. No more problems than counties that restrict sales to privileged locations. It's time to open up Class A beer and wine licenses to all retailers. Size of stores should not be a hindrance. Small business deserves a chance to compete right alongside the big business. And we support HB 858, and eventually we'd like to see some amendments to that type of bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Riaz Ahmad.
Riaz had to go pick up his child from school, so.
Okay, gotcha. And I apologize.
I'll get him to mail his information in. Thank you.
Okay, no, I apologize, Mike. I skipped over you. That was not intentional.
No.
Michael Halloran.
Any other day, Madam Chair, but I appreciate it. Appreciate your time and the time of the committee. For the record, Mike O'Halloran on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which represents operators at convenience stores throughout Maryland. I'll try to be brief in deference to the committee's long day. Look, our members are Maryland companies with Maryland stories. So what we are asking for is simply the opportunity to compete for these licenses. Nothing more. So whether it is this year or in future general assemblies, as you all debate the future of alcohol sales and distribution in Maryland, our hope is that these small businesses, many of them family companies, will have the chance to offer these products. They have the infrastructure and the footprint in our communities and have been there for years in many cases. And if the committee does move forward, as my colleague Kirk alluded to, we hope it would consider an amendment to adjust downward or remove the 3,200 square foot requirement. So thank you again. And we do support House Bill 858.
Thank you. Is Brianna Brown here now? No. Okay. So additional favorable witnesses, John Bootler, Darren Fox, Adam Borden, Kaylee Locklear, Shoshana Goldberg, Keith Swan, Zachary Lampman, and Marshall Klein and Lisa Henry. So John Bootler.
Butler, thank you.
Butler.
Chairman Valderrama, Vice Chair Walker. My name's John Butler. I'm representing the 8,000 owners of the Frederick County Consumer Cooperative, trading as a common market. We operate 2 full-service grocery stores in Frederick County, which serve over 15,000 shoppers a year, with an estimated sales of maybe $30 million for the current year. We've grown over our 40 years of our existence to become a local institution, providing organic and local food to our shoppers. We currently employ about 150 staff. As a board member of the co-op and chair of our advocacy committee, I'm tasked with advocating for policies which serve the interests of our owners as codified in our ends policies. 2 of those goals are connecting local consumers with local food sources. Our definition of local happens to be 150 miles from Frederick, but we're focused on Frederick County, where most of our owners and shoppers live or work, and on being a model for the use of environmental resources and increasingly sustainable in the products we sell, the business we operate, and the practices we promote and support in the larger community. One group of local products which are not able to provide at this time are organic and local beer and wine. As you know, Frederick County has a thriving brewing and winemaking industry, and I'm sure our folks from the associations can testify to that. We have about 23 breweries and 19 wineries in Frederick County. For several years, we've wished to obtain a beer and wine law license, but current Maryland law prohibits that, as everyone knows. And there are the odd exceptions grandfathered in. The Bethesda Food Co-op does have a beer and wine license. So anyway, there's a clear need to change the law. From our point of view, HB 506 and its companion in the Senate would remedy this situation. Therefore, we enthusiastically support its enactment, or equally Delegate Boyce's bill, HB 858. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Fox.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Committee. My name is Darren Fox. I'm a resident of Maryland for the past 29 years. My wife and I live in Crofton, Maryland for the past 26 years. I'm in favor of Bill 506. The reason being, a lot of it was covered already, but just a couple of things. I really feel strongly about the lack of selection on a lot of the local liquor stores. If you go to Virginia, for instance, Wegmans in Virginia has a very large selection of beer and wine, much greater than what you find pretty much anywhere here in Maryland. Additionally, this customer service, honestly, most of the liquor stores around Crofton here, not really very friendly. I mean, it's almost, I'd rather go to the MVA than go to one of our local liquor stores. And the final reason is, quite honestly, I originally come from Virginia, and Virginia has beer and wine sales in grocery stores and convenience stores, and they've never had a problem as far as I know. It was never an issue when I lived there. It's not an issue now, and I don't see why it would be an issue here in Maryland. And then really the final reason is the fact that this is a bill that's going to be for referendum for the voters of Maryland to vote on. And I think that's really the important thing. I mean, regardless of how it goes, one way or the other, I'm in favor of going for it. But I think the people of Maryland should be deciding. I mean, if the people of Maryland are allowed to decide on things like marijuana or casinos or sports betting, I think they should be allowed to decide where and when and how they buy their beer and wine. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adam Borden.
Members of Economic Matters Committee, thank you for listening to us today about Delegate Xi's HB 506. Marylanders for Better Beer and Wine Laws represents Maryland citizens from every county and of all political persuasions. We don't represent a mere 15 to 20% of Maryland citizens, as we estimate the MSLBA does of the 1,896 off-premise Maryland licensees. I would encourage this body to clarify with their representative how many actual members they have. In fact, we have conducted 2 statewide polls over the last 10 years that are statistically valid samples of Maryland voters. Our colleagues at the MRA have also conducted similar multiple polls. We consistently find 75% of Marylanders want to buy beer and wine in different places than they do today. It doesn't matter their geography, age, race, or political affiliation. We all overwhelmingly want it and want you to ask us at the ballot. You will hear from a number of opponents to HB 506, whether they be alcohol licensing boards, some of the almost 1,900 off-premise licensees, or public health organizations. All of their arguments are completely irrelevant. This legislation does not contribute to greater underage access, does not contribute to the death of small business. It does not contribute to greater administrative burden on our local liquor boards. No, as Delegate Xi said, all this legislation does is give you the direction to forge consensus legislation next year that takes into account their interests and ours. You as legislators have demonstrated many times the ability to craft comprehensive consensus legislation on other difficult social issues. We are excited to give you yet another opportunity to do so again. We live thankfully in a democracy. There is no good reason why you shouldn't ask us to vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borden. Now have Kaylee Locklear.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in strong support of all of these pieces of legislation. We created the Maryland Alcohol Choice Coalition, comprised of industry and consumers 2 years ago, that now has over 50,000 Marylanders signed up to help change the chain store prohibition. And they've sent communications to their legislators, including all of you, supporting sending this question to referendum. Polling over the years and by many groups, publications, and even newspapers only shows increases in Maryland consumer support, and the numbers are overwhelming. You just heard Adam talk about this, but our most recent polling shows numbers soaring to almost 80% in parts of the state. And when you try to break it down by party, affiliation, age, geographic area, and more, those results remain consistent. Listen, small businesses are a critical part of our state's economy and make up the majority of businesses in our state. I have come before you for 7 years advocating on their behalf, but facts matter, and so does the free market. Research does not support the narrative that this change will kill small stores. We even commissioned a Maryland-specific study statewide by legislative district last year and shared it. And this is further supported by other states that have made similar changes in recent years and have not seen a negative impact either. The bottom line is that consumers in Maryland continue to be loud and clear. They want convenience, they want more choice, better pricing, and creative ways to attract and retain food retailers. We urge a favorable report, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Locklear. Shoshana Goldberg.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. My name is Shoshana Goldberg. I'm a wife, a mother of 2 very active boys, 2 dogs, and I work full-time as a financial consultant for Goldman Sachs. If that doesn't keep me busy enough, I'm also an Orthodox Jew living in Pikesville in Baltimore County. Between 2 kids in 2 different schools, their extracurricular activities, and my work obligations, life is very, very busy. While many of you may feel like you can relate to my hectic life, maintaining my kosher observance is yet another level of stress and activity. As an Orthodox Jew, Saturdays are our Sabbath. On Saturdays, we don't drive or ride in cars, we don't go shopping, we don't use money or even use electronics. Additionally, we sanctify the Sabbath every week by saying a special prayer over kosher wine. It's a religious mandate. I regularly have to visit multiple grocery stores to find everything I need for my family because kosher food is not always readily available. We frequently shop on Sundays because we were prohibited from doing so on Saturdays. As you may already know, Baltimore County does not allow Sunday liquor store sales. In order to maintain my religious observance, I have to make an extra stop during the week at the liquor store, exactly when I really don't have any time. With such a packed life, convenience is not nice to have. I grew up in Alabama where wine and beer were sold everywhere. Upon moving to Maryland, I was shocked to discover that I had to make a special trip just to buy kosher wine for Sabbath. And each extra errand in my life has to be squeezed in between so many other things. School drop-off and pickup, soccer and baseball games, conference calls and client meetings. It is so much to juggle that any bit of convenience in my life makes a huge difference. I don't just want to be able to shop for my kosher wine for groceries. My sanity really could use it. Please consider our community's needs when debating House Bill 506, and please help make a difference in this busy mom's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Keith Swan.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Keith Swan, new resident of Maryland after 3 decades in Washington, D.C. and other jurisdictions that allow the sale of beer and wine in grocery stores. In stores like Target, Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS Health. Note the emphasis on health in that last one. Although I chose not to live in Maryland over the years, I was raised in Maryland. Before moving back, I often stated, but you can't get beer and wine in a grocery store. How can you be this rich and educated and not fight the simple basic right that is afforded in DC, Virginia, and across the country? Yet there's a liquor store on practically every corner. Bars within liquor stores, Crescent Wine and Spirits Bowie, no restaurant, Rips Bowie with a restaurant attached. You allow cigarette sales that are heavily taxed and killing thousands, and at the least impairing their health, causing millions of dollars to the Maryland healthcare system by the underinsured or lack of insurance altogether. You allow casinos for tax revenue, the sale of hard liquor in those casinos, and sports betting in person, online, and via cell phone. It appears that Maryland has a love affair with liquor, but not with beer and wine. What woman would prefer to go into a liquor store with a group of men hanging outside and sometimes in when she wants to purchase a bottle of wine to go with dinner? Liquor stores and food deserts, areas that cannot get a grocery store, but that also seems to be okay with Maryland. So going back to Bill 359 over proliferation, take the vote to the people and let them decide. Let's talk about the change to the Maryland Constitution back in the 70s to allow very few liquor licenses. This may as well date back to the 1930s of prohibition. It's your tax dollars that you're losing. Beer and wine are sold in grocery stores. The Weis Market, for example, 100 Central Avenue in Largo near Six Flags to start. If it's one thing that if it didn't exist, but it does. I don't need an economic impact study to see when something is absurd, and this is definitely absurd. As stated, there's a liquor store on practically every corner in the state with flashing lights to pull you in. You can contact the Maryland Retailers Association for more information about the impact study. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Please vote in favor of HB 506.
Thank you, Mr. Swan. Zachary Lampman.
Hello, everyone. Members of the committee, thank you for taking the time to hear concerns from your constituency. My name is Zach Lamon, and I moved to Oxon Hill this past September from Virginia. I'm speaking to you all today in favor of allowing beer and wine to be sold at places like local grocery stores for many reasons, but mostly for convenience. As a busy person with 2 jobs, having to make an additional stop to pick up wine is unnecessary and outdated inconvenience. I've lived in many states previous to my residency here in Maryland, and I find that I prefer to have the option to buy beer and wine from stores other than liquor stores. I ask you, members of the committee, for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lampman. Marshall Klein.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the, I'm getting my 2 minutes. For the record, my name is Marshall Klein. I'm the president of Klein ShopRite of Maryland. We're a 9-store grocery chain with stores in Harford County, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City. We employ almost 1,400 people in the state. And I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 506 and 858, as it has been extensively documented in this committee and other areas in the House. Running a grocery business is a very challenging endeavor. We operate on very, very slim margins, particularly in areas of food deserts where cost of operations are higher. It creates real challenges to open up and continue to operate stores in these locations. Adding beer and wine would significantly reduce the burden and drive additional foot traffic to our units, something that we desperately need, as we're just hopefully getting to whatever the next phase of COVID actually is. I think Marylanders and yourselves have seen more than ever the need to have quality food destinations all over the state, not just in the suburbs, and giving people the option and choice to allow these markets to be more sustainable is really what is in the best interest, not just of the state, but these communities as well. And with that, I will thank you and take questions later.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Lisa Henry.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Henry. I live in Fort Washington. On behalf of all of my neighbors, I want to personally thank Delegates Villaroma, Turner, and Walker for helping to represent our consumer interests and voices in Annapolis, and especially on the Economic Matters Committee. As I am sure they have seen, like me, many of our friends and relatives easily cross state lines to do their alcohol shopping. They do so for better selection and lower prices, but certainly not for convenience. No driving to Costco in Alexandria or New York Avenue in the district is not as convenient as supporting our stores nearby. We would much rather prefer pay taxes in Maryland. We would much prefer to support Maryland jobs with where we shop. So why is it that so many people cross over to these other places? Clearly, it is because we're looking for something not available in Maryland. You have asked me as a citizen of Maryland whether I want gambling, sports wagering in our state, same-sex marriage, early voting, and same-day election registration. Why in any way should you not ask me my opinion about whether I want to be able to buy a lawfully made adult beverage in the store of my choosing, like 98% of other Americans? Ask us our opinion. Don't just listen to the loudest voices opposing change. In our country founded on democratic principles, there should be absolutely no barrier to you putting this question on the ballot. I thank you for your consideration and time, especially to my delegates, Villaroma, Turner, and Walker, and the rest of the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry, and for participating, taking your civic action. Thank you very much. With that, next we have Ron Young. Ron Young from the Office of the Prince George's County Executive. Ron Young.
Hi, Madam Chair.
Is he here?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Okay. Welcome.
Perfect. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Ron Young, the Senior Legislative Officer for the Prince George's County Executive, and I'm here to express strong support for House Bill 356. On behalf of Prince George's County, I would like to thank our delegation for their tireless commitment to addressing food insecurity in our county, specifically in areas of our healthy food priority areas, which are both low income and low access, concentrated near our capital beltway. Our county has made it a priority to focus efforts to attract groceries in areas that have been historically underserved and lack the access to healthy and affordable food options. This bill is targeted to those areas in the 24th, 25th, and 47th legislative districts and account for only a few stores because our delegation limited this bill to only new grocery stores. This bill is about targeting incentives to attract high-quality grocers in areas that suffer inequity in our county. According to the USDA, approximately 15% of Prince George's County is classified as low income, low access. 81 Prince George's County census tracts are considered low access areas. Unhealthy and fast food venues account for 55% of all the food outlets in our inner Beltway communities. Not only has Prince George's County struggled to attract new grocery stores, it has also fought to retain the existing grocery stores. Market analysis shows that grocery stores that can't sell beer and wine operate at 1 to 3% profit margins. The prospects of higher profit margins due to beer and wine sales will attract new grocery stores, encourage chains to expand in targeted areas. And while we understand the need to encourage and protect small businesses like our local liquor stores, the county has decided to prioritize grocery stores to address food deserts in our community. For these reasons, Prince George's County supports House Bill 356, as it was supported by our delegation, and urges a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mayor Sarah Franklin. Mayor Franklin from City of Upper Marlboro. Going once, twice, okay. I will go back one more time to Miss Brianna Brown. She's still not here. Okay, with that said, members, I would like to take a slight break with going to the unfavorable. And if you have questions for those who are favorable, that concludes the favorable panelists. Are there any questions for the panels that have just testified in favor of the three bills that were presented? Seeing none and hearing none. Okay, we will move on to the unfavorable. And for those who were testifying, if you could kindly just listen up in the order of how I will be calling. I'll start with the first 10 to 12. Just be patient with me. We could have Ramey Eck, Kathy Hoke, Steve Wise, Jack Milani, Tom Yates, Kim Lawson, David Marburger, Jimmy Sparopoulos, Nick Manis, Dan Hughes, Blaze Miller, and Dave Dent. And we'll start with those in the opposition first. Ramey Eck.
Thank you very much, Delegate Valderrama, for holding this hearing and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Dr. Ramey Eck. I'm co-chair of the Advocacy Committee of the Maryland Public Health Association. I'm also an alcohol epidemiologist and host the Alcohol and Tobacco Network, which is a group comprised of researchers, community members and organizations, and advocacy organizations that work on alcohol, tobacco, and certainly now cannabis. Mr. Borden has told you that my testimony will be irrelevant, and honestly, I wish it was. I wish I didn't have to do the kind of work that I did in public health, but what is not irrelevant is that alcohol-related harm costs our state at least $5 billion annually, and that estimate is at least 10 years old, so it's likely that it's an underestimate. Newer estimates published in 2020, done just in Baltimore City, shows the cost to be about $582 million annually, 40% of which the government is responsible for. Research is also consistent and strong that increases in alcohol outlet density lead to an increase in alcohol-related harms, including violent crime, unintentional and intentional injury, intimate partner violence, and so on. And it's also shown that off-premise outlets like liquor stores or grocery stores versus restaurants are more strongly associated with these harms. What we do know also is that food deserts and food swamps are more likely to be oversaturated with liquor stores. So introducing additional locations that would sell alcohol is not a solution that we understand. In a nutshell, we are not aware of any studies or case reports of expanding alcohol sales to grocery and chain stores as a treatment for food deserts or food swamps. Additionally, many other cities and states allow alcohol to be sold in these places, but their food security issues are no different than ours. We don't understand why other financial incentives have failed to bring in grocery stores, and would be very interested in learning more about that and potentially working with people on that. And the calls for convenience: alcohol is not a product of convenience like food or hardware or books. It's a controlled product for reasons because there's a hefty cost associated with it. And the last thing, the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, of which I was a member of at the time, was supposed to develop a public health impact statement so that we could actually assess things like this ahead of time and know the impact they would have on small businesses, on liquor boards, and on health and safety. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eck. Kathy Hoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kathy Hoke. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law, where I teach and practice in public health law. And I'm here today in opposition to both House Bill 858 and House Bill 506. Specifically with House Bill 506, I want to get at the definitions of what qualifies as a place where a license could be issued. And I really think the evidence was made for me when your first panel of proponents testified. They were all from convenience stores. This isn't about grocery stores. We know that there are convenience stores that actually can meet the definition that's in there now. Those folks did not testify favorable with amendments. They testified in support of this because they know some of their stores now would meet this definition and be able to sell alcohol. And those are not stores that could, should, or would substitute for grocery stores in our communities in need. So then the public health voice, thank you so much to Dr. Eck for bringing out the evidence. Let me just talk about 2 points. The first is, the public health and public safety are diminished when alcohol outlets are increased, as Dr. Eck explained to you. And let me just put it in common sense terms. There are two populations I want you to consider who I think weigh pretty heavy in this scale as compared to having to just make another stop on your trip, and that is children and people who are in recovery from substance abuse. Children, parents should be able to go to the grocery store and not have their children be exposed to the alcohol advertising that necessarily comes with stocking alcohol in the grocery stores. That is a benefit that we have today that we want to retain. People who are experiencing substance use or in recovery for substance use, likewise, should get to go to the grocery store and not be bombarded with the temptation and the advertising of the product and the advertising of the product in the store. So that's one common sense approach, reason for not adding it into the grocery stores. And lastly, there are better options. There are options around the country that are being explored by the Food Resiliency Council that you all created last year, and that hopefully will come about with the work of the Food Environment Reports proposed in House Bill 179 for this year. So there are lots of other ways, tax incentives being used around the country and other ways to incentivize grocery stores into areas where there are food insecurity. There's no evidence that this bill, either of these bills, will diminish food insecurity, and there is evidence that it will hurt public health and public safety. And so for these reasons, I urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 506 and House Bill 858. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoke. Steve Wise.
Thank you, Chairman Valderrama. Steve Wise here on behalf of the State Licensed Beverage Association. I'm just going to address 1 point on House Bill 506 and 1 point on House Bill 858. On 506, as to the referendum, why shouldn't this go to the voters? That seems to be the question of the proponents. And I think the answer to that is the General Assembly has not once, but twice, essentially enacted this prohibition. It should be the General Assembly that repeals it. There are more questions around this than simply, is it convenient and would you like to be able to buy your beer and wine at the grocery store? An example, many of our members have leases that are in strip malls or shopping centers, which give the landlord an exclusivity right. And the moment that those food stores get licenses, they have the ability to exercise that exclusivity provision and essentially move the small guy out. Those are the kinds of things that require this to be done by you, the elected representatives of the folks who can hear all of those concerns, not by referendum. On 858, I want to make sure you're clear. That bill covers convenience stores, as has been mentioned. And I just want to give you the count on a few of the larger convenience stores in Maryland who would undoubtedly be applying for licenses. There are 179 7-Elevens in Maryland. Mr. Pika said 167 Royal Farms, if I'm not mistaken. There's over $100 general stores, and there are 83 Walgreens and 89 CVS stores. It's not to say that they're all going to get licenses. I agree with that, but you can bet they're all going to apply. And I've argued cases in front of the majority of liquor boards in this state, and they grant a lot more licenses than they deny. With that, I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Jack Malani.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jack Malani, MSLBA. Just to echo what Steve said, you know, we're talking about how many more places this would add that do this, that sell alcohol. I'm not going to speak on the health. I think we had very qualified people that talk about the health aspects, but I do think it's very reasonable for people to say there'll be no effect on existing licensees. I think is naive at best, because if these folks are going to actually come in and do business, it has to come from someone. So I think, again, you know, they talk about the small businesses. That's what our membership is. We are small family-owned businesses. A lot of them have been in these communities for years. As Steve said, a lot of them are sitting alongside grocery stores. You know, they have been in that community, supported that community. And as far as I'm concerned, a bill like this would definitely have a negative effect on the current licensees. Now, the other question you may ask, I'm hearing about other states. Other states have ABC stores where all the liquor is sold by the state. I mean, just because they do that, are we going to go to that? I thought I heard a bill today where someone was undoing something like that. So I think that, you know, you guys know the marketplace, you know the state, you've been hearing these bills for years. I trust the legislature to handle these matters much more than I would sending it out where people are not as informed and where big outside money can come in, buy the airwaves and rule the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malani. Tom Yates.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. I think I have a very unique perspective on this subject because since 1987 up until 2012, I was the owner and operator of a store in Olney, Maryland, Montgomery County. And in 2011, Safeway was granted the right to move their store from their location in eastern Montgomery County over to Olney. And 1 year later, I lost 40% of my sales. I had 6 full-time employees depending on that income. We had to close the store because I wasn't going to wait to see what the 40% would turn into. I subsequently relocated, sold my house, I closed the store, I had nothing to sell, and moved to Howard County, where I've opened Petite Cellars next to Harris Teeter. And now comes this movement to give grocery stores licenses. Now, I know they've been pushing hard. They're trying every way they can with food deserts, et cetera. And I just want to know I just want you to know what their strategy is. They came into the Safeway in Olney. They started selling products below cost. They had far fewer selections than we did. And when I called the state comptroller and said, is it legal to do this? They said it is not. They have been warned, but they've got more attorneys than you do. So I went out of business. I've got $1 million invested in my store in Howard County. And I think for the second time around, I'm going to be put out of a living. What I would like to know is, why don't we put a referendum up to vote yes or no, whether other people get to keep their job? If the voters decide that grocery stores are going to be in, then I've lost my job. So I would hope that you would vote a negative impact on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Kim Lawson.
Hello, my name is Kim Lawson. I own a business, Fish Paws Marketplace. We are a 3rd generation retailer in Anne Arundel County, which dates back to 1935. We employ about 20 to 25 people. We donate to local charities. We carry local products. Our concern is a lot of these grocery store centers, there's already existing licensees in the centers. And if they come in with grocery store, they're going to be put out of business. So those people are going to lose their business, their investment that they put into their business. They're going to lose their employees, which the grocery stores are not going to add 20 to 25 additional people like I have at my store. They also typically are very difficult to get donations for local charities. So that source of revenue for the local community is gone. Like I said, I've invested about $2.5 to $3 million in my business, as I know many other business owners have. And this would be a loss to their investment, their retirements, their futures. So the rules have been this way for a long time. It's hard to take them away. And then the people that have been following all these rules for so long are lost in the shuffle. I do believe we probably shouldn't be having this out. The legislator should be the one who makes the decisions on this. They understand the alcohol laws. Unfortunately, the public has no idea about the rules and regulations and the things that we have to put up with. So I kind of follow my predecessors in saying, please oppose this, please support local. We're the ones supporting the local wineries, the local communities, the local charities, the local jobs, the local distributors, and these big chains are not going to be doing that. That's all I have to say on the two bills.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Thank you very much. David Marburger.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for your time today. My name is David Marburger, and I'm the owner of Bay Ridge Wine and Spirits, Kent Island in Queen Anne's County, and I'm here in opposition to House Bill 506 and 858. I and my family have been in the beverage alcohol business for over 30 years. Along with hundreds of other retailers throughout the state, we have made significant investments in not only our businesses, but also our employees and the communities that we serve. As a group, we employ thousands of Marylanders. We support hundreds of Maryland manufacturers, such as breweries and wineries and distilleries. Our insurance agents, our lawyers, our real estate agents, our bankers, our electricians, our plumbers, and many other vendors and contractors are locally owned and operated. We are the definition of small family-owned business. House Bill 506, asking a question on a ballot, simply could not convey to the voting public just what is at stake by allowing beverage alcohol in grocery stores. I also doubt that the many negative consequences it will have could be spelled out or would be spelled out or explained on the ballot. There simply is just not enough room. You, the members of the General Assembly, are in the best position to make these types of decisions. And I ask you to please oppose House Bill 506. House Bill 858 would not only have all the same negative effects, but it would also increase the outlets where beverage alcohol is served by over 50%. Furthermore, it would create a separate set of rules for large corporations by waiving many of the requirements that I and my colleagues must abide by. I ask you to please support your Maryland constituents who have invested time, effort, energy, and money into their businesses and communities by opposing both House Bill 506 and House Bill 858. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marburger. Jimmy Sporopoulos.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jim Sporopoulos. My family owns Town Center Market in Riverdale Park, Maryland, Prince George's County. We have been in business since December of 1988. For most of our years, we've been a beer and wine store. We built a new store in 2012. We purchased our building for $1.25 million and spent another $1.2 million on the build out. This was done without any economic development funds that grocery stores are often enticed with. We also do not benefit from any property tax incentives. My family collectively pays over $100,000 a year in property taxes. In 2016, we upgraded to a full liquor store. We paid $200,000 for this liquor license. We have a current staff of 20. We have a group healthcare plan in place where we pay for 8 of our employees' benefits in full. 2/3 of my store's business is generated from beer and wine sales. A Giant, a Safeway, and Whole Foods are all about a mile away from my store. If they were able to sell beer and wine, the impact would be tremendous. A quick Google search of what has happened in Colorado after beer and wine was allowed in grocery stores will show many liquor stores closed and many others are struggling. 2 short years ago, at the height of the pandemic, we all had to wait online while grocery stores struggled to supply the basic necessities. I can't imagine what would have happened if they tried to supply beer and wine as well. I believe everything under one roof is just not a good idea. If this is a matter of convenience, my store has fulfilled that desire by offering home delivery, and I have encouraged all my peers to do the same. My store cannot coexist with grocery stores that sell beer and wine. This would be the beginning of the end for local homegrown businesses in our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sporopoulos. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege here because I have a colleague who has to jump up in 2 minutes, but he is the vice chair of the subcommittee. So I will allow one question before we move on with the opposition. Vice Chair Walker.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And good testimony on both sides. I just like a clarifying question, and then also something that Dr. X said, which kind of informed me of something. Like I heard another gentleman talk about Washington, D.C., moving out from Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. has a bunch of food deserts, and they currently have grocery stores that sell liquor, right? So is there any place where they've added just liquor stores or grocery stores to sell beer and wine that has solved the problem of a food desert? I'm curious about that. And I think Mr. Sporopoulos might have said something, or I would ask Mr. Sporopoulos or Dr. Eck. That's what my question is directed towards.
Delegate Walker, the question exactly is what?
Has there been a place where they've added, that you know of, where they've added beer and wine to grocery stores that didn't have it, and you solved the food desert crisis?
Not to my knowledge.
I would also say not to my knowledge. I wouldn't say that I don't know that that hasn't happened in any other states, but nobody has actually researched it or reported on it. So nothing I can find.
I look at the food desert map of Washington, D.C., and it goes to districts 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4, which is like upper, kind of northeast, northwest. So
I can speak to that, Delegate Walker, if you would like me to.
I'm going to set the chair's discretion, but thank you.
Did you have a direct answer for the vice chair's question?
I do, yeah. So the District of Columbia allowed for chain stores to start being able to obtain the beer and wine license as long as they qualified with 6 of 7 fresh food categories. Since they've done that, they also did limit the number of licenses that were available per chain, and they have seen stores open up in some of those areas. As you may be aware, the capital decision for a store to open up, as Mr. Sporopoulos or Mr. Klein can testify, it is a very significant investment and takes a long time. So just changing the law is not overnight going to open up many more of these stores. It will take time to address, but the district has definitely seen an improvement in some of those areas.
All right, I'd be curious about that because I went to Howard University, and so I know about all the carryouts and the laws there, good and bad. But all right, I'll leave that there. Thank you for your honesty in the answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for participating. I know you have to take off. I appreciate Delegate Howard's indulgence. I just took that one because he has to hop off. We have just several more. We will now continue with the unfavorable with Mr. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and Mr. Vice Chairman. Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. Again, we have 22 family-owned businesses in the state, and we're here opposed to all the 3 chain store bills. Let me say a couple things here. One, by increasing the amount of outlets is not going to increase the amount of consumption. Maryland has been stagnant with beer, specifically relating to beer for as long as I can go back. So to say that it's not going to impact a small business, it definitely is. And speaking with other execs around the country that do allow chain stores, what they tell me is just be prepared if they do come into your state, because what they do, they control the market, they control the pricing, they control the shelf stocking. You have to pay them in order to get good placement in their stores. And eventually they are big and powerful enough to change regulations so that they are the ones that are dictating the market, not the legislature, not the retailers, and not the wholesalers. As far as the constitutional amendment, I agree. If you just ask the question as stated in the bill, I have friends all the time that ask me the same question. However, when I sit down and explain to them the impact that it would have on their local businesses, that Maryland is unique, having 7,000 licensed family-owned businesses, they change their mind. And finally, it just amazes me that we talk about the key to healthy food is the ability to serve alcohol. That just confuses me, even though my distributors sell beer, but if that is abused, it's a drug and it shouldn't be abused. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manis. Next is Dan Hoos.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Dan had to
No,
hop off. He had a
actually,
doctor's-
Nick, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
okay, sorry, Dan.
Sorry
I thought
about
you-
that. No, so Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Dan Hoos. I'm the general manager of Bob Hall LLC in Upper Marlboro. We are a local family-owned beverage wholesaler, employ 115 people, and sell beer to almost 1,000 different local customers throughout Southern Maryland, and have been doing so since 1933. Cornerstones of our business are responsibility, charity, and the environment, and we work hard to be part of the fabric of the community. We stand to oppose the aforementioned bills. Most wholesalers and our independent retailers are local family-run businesses who work hard to be a positive force in the community, employ numerous people, and are part of the landscape that make up our neighborhoods and local business community. I'm here today to shed some light on how chains would negatively affect Prince George's County and the market, and many of the local family businesses that make a living selling alcohol responsibly. For us on the wholesaler level, an increase in stores does not mean an increase in business, quite the opposite. Volume is redistributed among stores, number of deliveries increase, yet the number of cases per delivery decrease. With chains, we would experience a massive change as to how we go to market. We would have to make significant investments to address the demanding service needs of these chain stores, as well as look at how this affects our overall business, which could mean a possible loss of jobs. Speaking of jobs, chains will not bring an increase in jobs by adding alcohol. They will just add the responsibilities to the current beverage manager or some other existing employees. While some revenue stays in the state, much of it will go to the store headquarters in some other state and not stay in Maryland. On the consumer side of things, our local retailers provide personalized service as well as a huge variety of products, many of them being local brands made here in Maryland. The chain store model does not offer the selection that many of our stores offer today. Lastly, we talk about responsibility. Wholesalers, along with our retailers, sell and promote our products responsibly. We are the gatekeepers to ensure underage consumers do not have access to alcohol. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, please say no to the aforementioned bills and say yes to local businesses who have invested so much in their community, and yes to keeping local jobs for Marylanders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Blaze Miller.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I am Blaze Miller, owner of BK Miller Meats and Liquors in Clinton, Maryland. My store is a fourth generation small business and has been located on the same corner in Clinton for 109 years. I have 47 fellow employees, 36 of whom are from Prince George's County. One employee will have worked for my family for over 60 years this June. I'm going to be speaking about House Bill 356, which is the PG County bill, in opposition. I and all my employees oppose this bill. As has been noted before, adding more options for alcohol sales in areas that already have too many makes no sense. I personally have invested over $6 million in my business and have done so recognizing the laws as they are now. My beer and wine sales account for over half of my alcohol sales. Any grocery store under consideration because of this bill is organized out of the state of Maryland, some of them out of the country. I have lived or worked in PG County, Prince George's County, Maryland, my entire life, 64 years, and I try to represent and support the area as much as possible. BK Bills is currently sponsoring a silent auction of rare whiskeys. It ends tonight at 8 o'clock, and so far we've raised $26,000. That'll be divided between the White Rose Foundation of Prince George's County and the District 5 Advisory Committee. Just as far as House Bill 506 and 858 are concerned, there are currently 5 other liquor stores within 1 mile of me. Bill 858 would grant permission to the 2 grocery stores, 1 Walmart, 2 dollar stores, 2 Dash-Ins, 4 7-Elevens, 1 CVS, 1 Walgreens, all within that 1 mile radius of me. As far as price competition, I would love for you to compare any chain stores prices versus mine. Please remember the small independent businessman when you vote, and remember how you voted on this bill when you advertise that you are pro small business. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Next is Dave Dent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman Crosby, members of the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm here to ask for an unfavorable report for 506 and 858. My family owns W.J. Denton Sons Cheese Bar and Tall Timbers, which is located in St. Mary's County. Our family has served the local community here for over 44 years, and we are deeply invested both in capital and personal relationships with our community. Beer and wine sales also are more than 50% of my alcohol sales. So if we change the law to allow beer and wine sales in supermarkets and convenience stores, it would have a considerably negative effect on my business. I respectfully ask that the committee returns an unfavorable report for House Bill 506 and House Bill 858. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Just several more to go, members. Next is Bruce Bariano.
Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee, for the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Prince George's County Licensed Beverage Association. In very strong opposition to House Bill 356. We've heard some great testimony opposing all these bills on this issue. It really boils down, it's the big folks against the little folks, and they're going to gobble them up. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's be realistic. It's really sad, as a lobbyist that's been around for a long time, to see that Maryland retailers and the NFIB and even the gas station association going against other retailers. Liquor stores are retailers. We should all stay together. I don't think they want us to be pumping gas and selling their product. Well, they shouldn't be selling our product either. We are regulated. They are not regulated in the same way. And there are really no solid, valid reasons to change what is working in Maryland. You change these laws, you're going to negatively economically impact some strong, long-standing, family-owned and operated businesses. You've heard their testimony. They deserve to be able to make a living too. Please reject this House bill. Maybe someday someone will teach me what is a food desert. That's a new term for me. But please vote against this bill and against this issue. It's really wrong. Very, very wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bariano, for your testimony. Elise Grossman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Dr. Elise Grossman. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony today in opposition to House Bill 858 and House Bill 506. I'm a Montgomery County native, and I have nearly 18 years of experience and expertise in public health policies related to alcohol, including my work at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. However, my views today are my own. When Delegate Boyce and Delegate Shi discussed the bill and introduced it, they mentioned consumer behavior and competitive marketplaces. I was disappointed that neither of them discussed the impact this would have on public health. Therefore, I strongly urge you to oppose these bills for two reasons. First, excessive alcohol consumption is already a public health problem in our state and our country. In the US, it's the fourth leading preventable cause of death. And in Maryland, 1,500 people die each year due to alcohol. And second, although people have mentioned that adding alcohol to grocery stores is not a new concept, what people have not mentioned are the harmful impact that has happened for other states and other countries when this has occurred. After Iowa and West Virginia allowed wine to be sold in grocery stores, wine consumption increased by 93% in Iowa and 48% in West Virginia. When Finland allowed beer to be sold in grocery stores, there was a 50% increase in alcohol consumption in the first year. When the Canadian government allowed grocery stores to sell beer, wine, and cider, they saw an 18% increase in alcohol-related emergency department visits. When Sweden allowed beer to be sold in grocery stores, overall alcohol consumption increased by 15%. When Sweden reversed that decision, youth drinking decreased by about 20%, and youth alcohol-related hospitalizations decreased by 23%. In conclusion, there's no need to exponentially increase the number of alcohol outlets to now include grocery stores and convenience stores solely for the purpose of convenience. And in fact, doing so would harm public health. I strongly urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 858 and House Bill 506. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Grossman. Jeffrey Bukchowski.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on. I'm chairman of the Washington County Liquor Board. There's so many things that have been said that I'll try not to go over most of them. But the first thing I want to say is there's so many people that have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars into their neighborhood. And they support people, they support jobs. That money stays in this county because there are people working locally, not going out of the country, not going out of the state. Let's keep the jobs here. And I'm going to disagree with a few things a couple of people said, is that liquor stores are unfriendly. In our county, I find most of our liquor stores, I'd rather go into there than the DMV. So I disagree with that. And most of the time, the people in liquor stores are willing to help you find what you need. And grocery stores, it's down that aisle somewhere. The other thing I'm going to disagree with is the fact that grocery stores are going to give more options for different kind of microbrews, things like that. If you go into most grocery stores, they're not going to have the variety of beers and wines that you can get at a liquor store. So I'm going to have to disagree strongly with there'll be more variety out there. I'm also going to have to disagree with the fact that it's not going to hurt local liquor stores. I'm going to guess, in my own opinion, as a former liquor store owner myself, that 50% of the local liquor stores will go out of business probably in the first 3 years, and likely 90% in 5 years. That's my own opinion at the moment. Most liquor stores, most grocery stores in our county, most of them, or more than half of them, have a liquor store in the shopping center. That's going to put them out. Also, if they're not one in the shopping center, I'm going to say almost every single one has a liquor store within walking distance.
So I need you to wrap it up.
Okay, the biggest thing is changing the rules midstream. And I would like Washington County to be exempt from these two bills if it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for your testimony. Members, that is the end of the opponents panel. We can now open it up for questions. Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess it's for Steve Wise. I mean, he made the point, I think it's a salient one, when he talked about contracts and landlords. Steve, I don't know if you can speak on it. I don't know if you're an attorney. I have no idea. But with this bill wouldn't, I mean, like, they could sell beer and wine in Target and Walmart under this bill, correct?
That would be true, I think, under either bill. And even though the first bill is aimed at supermarkets or food stores, I think most of the targets these days would meet the qualification.
Yeah, I was just in one in Parole, and they do sell food. I do believe it would meet the qualifications. Is there anything that would preclude the multi-billion-dollar international organization that is Walmart and Target from coming in and asking for exclusivity from landlords like KLNB Properties in Maryland? And I'm not picking on them, they're hugely successful. But is there anything in Maryland law that would preclude them from coming in and sort of dominating the landscape as far as rental properties are concerned, and saying to them, listen, we'll rent from you, but we can sell beer and wine here now, and there's a beer and wine store on the same property or adjacent property, and we feel that is no longer good for our business. So what we want you to do is not continue their lease moving forward. Is there anything, or better, another question, maybe, and maybe you can answer it, I don't know, is if they could just come in and say, listen, you know, we'll do business with you exclusively, or to some degree exclusively in Maryland, and moving forward, you will not do any business with private or small beer and wine, liquor stores, those type of things. There's nothing in Maryland law precluding them, I guess is the word I'm looking for, from doing that I know of. I mean, if I was them, I would certainly look at that.
Two parts to that. As to the landlord-tenant relationship, obviously that's contractual. You can agree to lots of different things, but clearly in that situation, the bigger player, especially in a shopping center, has the heavy hand. So you can figure out how that would play out. And I noticed Delegate Boyce put it in the chat, and she's correct. Obtaining a liquor license isn't just a question of applying for it. I acknowledge that. You have to go through, meet certain criteria in order to get one. So not every applicant gets one. The criteria is public need, which is in the eye of the liquor board. And if they're interested in having a Walmart have a license, they can say, you know, we think there's a need there. So there's no question the combination of a big player like Walmart up against any of the people that you've seen testify in opposition, I think we know who wins that match.
Well, okay. Yeah, and to me, and just it's an issue about fairness, and this is kind of, is it so question, you know, the minute that Walmart gets granted one, why wouldn't Target? And then it becomes a fairness issue, and it becomes a fairness issue statewide. If Giant gets one, why not Safeway? Those type of things. So I understand the delegate's point, but okay, isn't that so? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate Harrod. In the point of order, Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first of all want to thank all of the witnesses for taking the time to share your perspectives and life experiences and business experiences with our committee. We always appreciate that, whether we totally agree with your perspective or what. But I just want to, first of all, respond to Delegate Howard's point, which is there anything that would preclude these giant multinational chains from taking over our marketplace, right? I cannot speak to Delegate Boyce's bill, but I can say the purpose and the beauty of a referendum is it leaves us so much power to work out policy and a regulatory framework so that we have enough time and ample room to work out the details. So the answer is yes. If that is what the legislature decides to do, that's exactly what we can do, okay? When I listened to many of the testimonies, as much as I was very empathetic to the family concerns and business concerns, but you would think that I just introduced a bill that says we're gonna, from tomorrow on, prohibit the sale of liquor from the independent stores and only allow chain stores to sell, because that's certainly not the case. Again, this is simply allowing voters to say, yes, we would like to buy in our local grocery stores, and you lawmakers go figure it out, how to keep the businesses whole, how to maximize the benefits without hurting the small businesses, whatever, right? So that is why we take this route. And finally, my question to Mr. Steve Wise is, again, I always appreciate your expertise and perspectives, but I thought you said, and I might have heard it wrong, that the consumption does not increase when you expand licenses. Was that what you said?
That was not me.
Oh, okay. But somebody said that. So I was just confused about that. Oh, it was Nick. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if Nick could answer my question, because that was what I thought he said.
Mr. Manis?
Yes, ma'am. Just by increasing outlets doesn't mean you're going to increase consumption.
Okay, well, that answers the question to some of the health experts who said, as soon as you increase licenses, you know, everybody's going to be all of a sudden massively increase their consumption, which I doubt would be the case, because you still have to be 21 to buy it. Isn't that so, right?
Yes, ma'am, but your access will be expanded, and mine was more from a business perspective, saying that the consumption wouldn't increase, which would take business away from the smaller retailers who currently serve it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Aaron's. And just a reminder to those who are witnesses or answering questions, please show your face just for the record because we are recording these sessions. Thank you.
Thank
Delegate
you.
Aaron's.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I have opinions on all the bills, but I want to speak briefly towards the referendum. And I wanted to just, I've been on this committee, the subcommittee alcohol, for several years. And the reason I'm on it and the reason it's interesting to me is that I still am learning things about our alcohol bills and how we handle alcohol in this state. And to put something on a referendum and try to educate people on something this complex and the total intricacies of what we have in a three-tier system and the impact on each level when you change one thing, I think it's a very, very tough task. And I don't think you can honestly and fairly educate people on something like this to where they can make an intelligent decision. And people are usually pretty adept at this. If I had a choice from yes or no answer, that's one thing. But when you have to actually understand it, I think it's a whole different ballgame. So I'd like to really further explore this in subcommittee, and I hope we do. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Delegate Aaron's. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to clarify a couple of things in case it was in anyone's mind. To Mr. Bariano, a food desert or a food insecure area is a place that doesn't have a grocery store in a walkable or drivable distance. One. Two, this bill, my bill, HB 858, is not a bill put in to address food insecurity. I truly believe if a store wants to be in a community to provide secure food access to a community, it will do it and does not need alcohol to entice it to do it. So I just want to make it clear that this is the bill that I've entered in is not a bill to do such a thing or to make those enticements. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate Boyce. I was trying to review everyone's headshot. Are there any further questions on any of the three bills?
Madam Chair, it's Delegate Carey.
Yes, sir.
I've been sitting here listening to the testimony on both sides, and I'm just trying to figure out who to address this question to. I agree with what Delegate Arntz has been saying. I've been listening to what Delegate Shi is saying. You know, we need to figure it out. We need to work. But I guess one of the concerns I have, so in the other states that do this, I mean, a lot of these big grocery stores have like automated checkout. So if you're automated checkout, how do you card people? How does all that work? I mean, is that something that we would have to figure out? But that's a concern that I have, is that, you know, these liquor stores that we have, you know, they're manned by local people who live in our communities, and these big grocery stores, I just am concerned about that. And I'm not sure who to address the question to, but what do the other states do and how do they handle it?
And whoever's going to answer this question, please, this is not a debate back and forth amongst the members and the witnesses, just an answer.
If I may, I would just jump in and say thank you, Delegate Carey, for that thoughtful question. I assume this is not a hypothetical situation. I assume many grocery stores, including some in Maryland that are allowed to carry BNY, already use automated checkout. So they should have already have certain measures, and the state should have already figured out, because it's been many years in the making. So I just want to point that out. It's not a new challenge that we're going to face.
Thank you, Delegate Shi. Thank you for the answer. I'm good.
You good, Delegate Carey?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
answered your question? Okay. It's okay, Mr. Borden. His question was answered. With that said, are there any further questions for the opponent's opposition panel? Seeing none, hearing none. With that, I believe as long as I reviewed every sheet of paper that was presented to me, we have fulfilled all the local and statewide alcohol bills today, and within 4.5 hours, I might say. With that, I'd like to thank our committee staff and council. Thank you so much for all the work that you put through to have all the legislation before us on this special day. I also want to thank the Alcohol Tobacco Commission, Mr. Akros and Mr. Young, for being on here with us the entire time, just in case there was a pertinent question or otherwise. And to all the members, committee members, and to all of you who came here in opposition and support, we could not do this job without all of you and hearing your input. So with all that said, unless there's any other news for the good of the order for the Alcohol Subcommittee, seeing
Great
none.
job, Madam Chair. Great job.
I learned from the best, Delegate Branch, my predecessor. With that said, hearing's adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and have a good evening.